Chapter 43. Like the Dothraki, the Jajesni were a barbaric nomadic people. They also had no interest in the sea or ships, living as nomads, plundering the surrounding cities for ironware and other resources. They formed tribes similar to the Khalasar, led by leaders similar to Khal, and lived in tents similar to yurts. Their skin was also similar, with the Jajesni having waxy yellow skin and the centaurs having bronze skin. However, the Jajesni could not compare to the Dothraki in terms of appearance and physique. Their men and women were accustomed to binding their faces at the age of 2. Did Fat Martin imply binding their feet? Their heads were all pointed, and their faces were small, making them very ugly. They were also short and fat, not as tall and strong as the centaurs, and had long limbs. However, the Jajesni's mounts were stronger than the Dothrakis. The centaurs rode horses, while the Jajesni rode ferocious zebras. One was a centaur, the other a zebra. However, compared to the Dothraki, the Jajesni had several customs that Dany admired. Honored guests, please tell my people how the great Jajesni maintain the integrity of their people? Dany asked the guests warmly, pointing to Aggo and a dozen other centaur warriors who were eating together in the living room. The Jajesni were very pleased with Dany's subtle compliment, and were secretly delighted by her sincere attitude of asking for advice. I understand what Khaleesi means. Your Khalasar often splits, which eliminates most of the cowardly calls, but the bravery of one person is no match for the strength of an entire tribe. Of the two Jajesni, one was middle-aged, the other had white hair and beard. The middle-aged man was silent, while the older man spoke frankly. At the end of the day, the Dothraki have not established a perfect marriage system. Ordinary centaurs have no wives, no children, and no blood ties to their Khalasar. You know, blood is the strongest bond in the world. Most of our tribes are held together by blood, and can last hundreds or even thousands of years without collapsing. Jaha, the leader in charge of war, is not a coward, and is often chosen from the sons of the previous Jaha. As long as Jaha has enough wives, he will have enough sons. With so many sons of good blood, it is enough to choose a powerful warrior. Dany nodded approvingly. This system is very good. We can learn from it. This was the purpose of this banquet. There were some things that she could say herself, but how could it be more impactful than a living example in front of her? Hearing the mother of dragons praise, the old man became more and more excited. He proudly said, Jaha is only the leader of the tribe. Above Jaha, there is Jahada. All the Jahas in Jajesni accept Jahada's command. Therefore, when facing a strong enemy, we Jajesni people always work together. As if she had caught a glimpse of the centaur's disapproving expression, Dany immediately chimed in. This is also a very good system. I'm sure there must have been many epic hero-level Jahada in Jajesni. Every nation had its own epic heroes, and Dany didn't expect the old man to name a truly earth-shattering hero. She was well aware of one thing, and that was that people who inherited their bloodline would all use magnificent poems to boast about their ancestors. Even the barbarians of the Stone Age who ate raw meat and drank blood would become immortals in the myths and legends of their descendants. So after asking, she took a sip of red wine and quietly waited for the pointy-headed old Jajesni to brag. Old Jajesni seemed to have never been so excited before. He danced and sang, Ah, the great mother of dragons, your eyes are like torches. Only the wise can see through the wisdom of another wise. There is no doubt that you are as wise as our Jajesni ancestors. You flatter me, you flatter me. I'm far from it. The thickness of my face is really far from yours. Dany smiled humbly on the surface, but she couldn't help but complain in her heart. Our ancestors attacked the kingdom of Nigel until only one city remained. It was a city where many necromancers and interrogators gathered. If not for 90% of the city's space being hidden underground, it would have been broken through by us. As if to increase the greatness of this achievement, the old man lowered his voice and added, Don't underestimate necromancers, and don't think that they are liars. Do you know the long night that shrouded the world thousands of years ago? Deviants? Cora exclaimed. He, I know about deviants. Those living dead people are the masterpieces of necromancers. It is said that the long night was summoned by the Bloodstone Emperor, the son of the barbarian land, using necromancy. But such a powerful kingdom of necromancers was still almost destroyed by us. The old man said proudly, "Wow, that's really powerful." Danny began to flatter him again, but she was still skeptical. The barbarian land was a few continents and seas away from the Westeros. The deviants didn't go to the Easterners, but they went to the Westerners. Let's not talk about the reason. How did they get there? Did they take a shortcut through the Arctic Circle? The Westerners were connected to the barbarian land? This was too sci-fi. It was not fantasy at all. This was a fantasy world. We also destroyed the country of the descendants of Higher Cologne. The short old man continued. Forgive me for being ignorant, but why did they give it such a weird name like Higher Cologne? Danny asked curiously. They might as well call it Higher Brotherhood Country. Sigh, even as enemies, we Jujesni people have to admit the greatness of Higher Cologne. The old man sighed and asked, Calixi, do you know the red sword of the hero? Danny thought for a while before she remembered the fairy tale of the red sword. You mean the light messenger? Cora said in horror. 8,000 years ago, the long night came. The deviants brought the whole world into endless darkness and cold. The heavy snow almost wiped the seven kingdoms off the map. At the moment when the survival of mankind was in danger, a hero appeared. He was Yasuo Ahai. He held the red sword of the hero that was full of light and heat. He defeated the night and ice and brought light and warmth back to the world. That's it. The old man nodded and said emotionally, Yasuo Ahai is Higher Cologne. About the Terminator of the Long Night. Every race has the same story and a similar hero. But the names of the heroes are not the same. You people in the West call him Yasuo Ahai. In the East, the descendants of Higher Cologne call him the hero Higher Cologne. The barbarians call him Etal. In the Nigerians, he is called Nephrin and the shadow hunter Edric. Even though he died in the legendary era of heroes, the prophecy of his rebirth has been passed down in the East for 5,000 years. After the long summer, the stars will cry blood, and the cold darkness will cover the world. In this terrible moment, a warrior will pull out a burning sword from the fire. That sword is the light messenger, the red sword of the hero. The one who holds the sword is the reincarnation of Yasuo Ahai, and he will drive away the darkness. For such a great hero, his descendants named their country Higher Cologne. It's not a big deal. The old man said proudly, but we Jujesni people destroyed the ancient Higher Cologne's descendants. Now there are only 3 fortress cities, Shamiliana, Kayakayanaya, and Biasapad left. They are the last survivors of Higher Cologne's descendants. When I was young, I followed Jahada on the path of steel and waged a 3-year-long crusade against Kayakayanaya. I attacked the walls of Kayakayanaya twice. Now, Danny had a whole new level of respect for the centaurs next door. Compared to them, the Dothraki, who only knew how to steal the statues of other heroes, had nothing to boast about. 9 free trade cities, and not a single one was destroyed. That was too low. But this was just an appetizer. The glorious history of the Jujesni people continued. The Nigerians and Higher Cologne's descendants are just small countries in the east. The real overlord is the Golden Heaven of the barbarians. Golden Heaven? Danny felt her teeth ache. That was a good name, Sai. That's not an exaggeration. The old man waved his hand. He thought that Danny doubted the quality of the barbarians and thought that they were not worthy of the 4 words Golden Heaven. He explained with a serious expression, the Golden Heaven is the land of thousands of gods and kings, and its ruler is the only Son of Heaven. At that time, the Valeglia people were still herding sheep in the wild. The Son of Heaven was definitely the strongest overlord in the known world at that time. The scale of his army was unimaginable, and his wealth was comparable to the ancient Valeglia Empire at its peak. His palace was bigger than the King's Landing of the Undulls, and the floor of his bedroom was also made of gold. Sir, have you been to the King's Landing? Knight Yora asked in a muffled voice. The King's Landing was the capital of the 7 kingdoms, but it was not as big as the palace of the barbarians. Fake Undulls, real ancestors, he was very unhappy. The old zebra man glanced at him and said calmly, I still can't forget the stench of feces and rotten fish in the King's Landing Fisherman's Square. Not simple. This old zebra man had actually been to the king's landing that was tens of thousands of miles away. Danny immediately pulled the topic back. Could it be that the brave Jajesni people had even destroyed the Golden Celestial Dynasty? That's not true. The old man shook his head and said helplessly and proudly, "For thousands of years, we've repeatedly plundered the northern border of the barbarians. But all we did was force the Son of Heaven to keep moving the capital to the south. There was once a young and brave lord in the barbarians, Son of Heaven Luo Bao. He worked hard to govern the country, reformed the court, and almost restored the barbarians to the glory of the Golden Celestial Dynasty. During his time, even the rebellious Jajesni people had no choice but to pay tribute and submit to him. Unfortunately, Emperor of Heaven Luo Bao thought that the Jajesni people were afraid of power and not virtue. If we submit today, we'll definitely rebel in the future." Danny nodded. It seemed that Emperor of Heaven Luo Bao was a sensible person. The old man also admitted, "He's right. The Golden Celestial Dynasty was powerful. We couldn't defeat it, so of course we had to submit. But when the Celestial Dynasty declined, we'd be stupid not to plunder it." This old Jajesni person was so straightforward that Danny did not know what to say. But what's wrong with that? The old man downed a cup of wine and shouted, "When the barbarians were weak, they still gave money and women to our Jahada in exchange for peace. But when they were strong, they massacred our people. It's natural for the strong to bully the weak. It's against the natural order for the weak to bully the strong." "Did Emperor of Heaven Luo Bao bully you?" Cora asked. "No, he didn't bully us. He wanted to eliminate all future troubles and completely annihilate the Jajesni race." The old man slapped his thigh and shouted angrily, "He's such a bully!" Danny sighed inwardly. She felt sorry for the ambitious emperor. Since the old Jajesni person was cursing here, it meant that Luo Bao was neither Emperor Wu of Han nor Emperor Taizong of Tang. Chapter 44. Emperor Luo Bao gathered an army of 300,000 barbarians and marched into the Jajesni plains in 13 different directions. They burned and killed along the way. They killed everyone they saw, regardless of gender or age. They didn't even want slaves. Every Jaha tribe they encountered was harvested as easily as wheat under a sickle. Our people were slaughtered, our livestock were plundered, and our tribes were burned to the ground. The once lush plains were turned into a scorched wasteland in the flames. The old zebra man stopped, and the hall fell into a deathly silence. After a while, he sighed sorrowfully. 1,000,000 people. That time, at least 1,000,000 of us died. On average, 9 out of 10 Jajesni people died. The entire Jajesni plains was crying. The blood of the zebra people that covered the ground was its tears. In the end, the great Jajesni people won the final victory. Danny comforted him gently. To be honest, although the barbarians were known as the Golden Heavenly Empire, the barbarians had nothing to do with the Heavenly Empire. Their customs, culture, race, religion, political system, and so on were all different. Yes, even the world was different. She did not identify with the barbarians at all. Of course, she did not empathize with the zebra people either. Comforting the old zebra man was just a courtesy that a host should show to a guest. Also, she felt that Emperor Luo Bao was a little rash and not very bright. Why did he lead the entire army into the Jajesni plains? Was it to kill? His ultimate goal was to stop the nomads from invading from the root. He could have pulled in batches and split the zebra people's perfect Jahada political structure. He could have cultivated a group of naturalized zebra people to be his horse spies. As long as the Jajesni people could not be united, the nomads, whose productivity was worse than the barbarians, would not be a threat. Killing people was useless. The plains were there. Grass grew on the ground. The grass fed the horses, and the horses fed the people. The more people there were, the more tribes there were. After the Xiongnu people died, there were still the Khitans. After the Khitans died, the Nuzanren filled the gap left by them. After that, there were still the Mongols. It was an endless cycle. That time, we truly felt the threat of extinction. So, the Jajesni people united like never before. All the tribes obeyed the great Zanya Jahada. The old man's voice became excited. The turning point of the story was about to come. Danny asked curiously, why did they only unite under Jahada when they were in such a desperate situation? More than 1,000,000 clansmen have already died. Your reaction arc is really long, she complained in her heart. Kali, it's my fault for messing up the story. The old man waved his hand nonchalantly and lamented, we didn't have the Jahada system back then. Like the Dothraki of today, the Jahas of each tribe did their own thing and fought with each other. Emperor Luo Bao also helped us. His merciless slaughter forced us to change our lax ethnic structure, and the first generation of Jahada came into being. Danny glanced at the horse people in the hall who were listening attentively. She wanted to shout at them. Remember, this is the key point. Sigh, I'm afraid none of you would have guessed that the first Jahada, Zanya, was a female warrior. She was born to be a warrior and had the temperament of a leader. She unified more than 1,000 hostile tribes in the shortest time possible. Danny was pleasantly surprised. She did not expect the first Jahada to be a woman. Idiots, not only do you have to underline the key points, but you also have to circle them with a red pen. When you go back, you have to write me a review of at least 800 words. Danny roared in her heart at her Min underling. Amazing woman. She's really a role model for all the women in the world to learn from. Danny couldn't help but reveal part of her thoughts. Old Jajesnai didn't hear the wild ambition in her words. He only thought that she was sincerely praising his ancestor. His yellow, wrinkled old face smiled like a ball of chrysanthemum under the light of the fire. Emperor Luo Bao is already the hegemon of the barren land that is hard to come by since the beginning of time, but Yajahada is more valiant and more resourceful than him. Faced with the situation of being surrounded by multiple enemies, she came up with a strategy of one scatter, one gather. Once they were scattered, the tribesmen would scatter and hide, cutting off the possibility of the barren land raiding them. At the same time, the tribesmen scattered all over the place would take on guerrilla missions. They would burn the pastures, kill the scouts and search for food, cut off the water source, and starve the barren land. Calixi, you have to understand that the situation was too dangerous. Even if all the tribes united as one, we wouldn't be able to defeat one of Emperor Luo Bao's 13 armies. Maybe we could win 1, 2, or 3, but even if our tribesmen were exhausted, we would never be able to wipe out all 13 armies. Danny nodded and said, so you want the barren land's forces to scatter again? Yes, the guerrilla forces from all over the place forced them to scatter their forces. This way, Yajahada's one gather plan could be put to good use. She gathered all the elite zebra warriors in one place. No matter how many armies the enemy came from, she would only focus on one army. She would defeat the enemy with an absolute advantage, and she would suffer almost no losses. After using this method to wipe out 3 armies, Emperor Luo Bao finally started to change his strategy. Not long after, the news of the 4th army being harassed by the tribesmen reached the emperor's tent. It was exactly the same as the previous 3 times. Emperor Luo Bao deduced that the Jajesnai's main force was near the 4th army. Hence, he led his royal guards and approached the 4th army's encampment at top speed. They were practically rushing through the night. Emperor Luo Bao had no idea that this was Yaja's true objective. The barren land wanted to wipe out the Jajesnai, and Yajahada wanted to taste the sweetness of the wine of vengeance. She wanted to bury Luo Bao's empire. There were many natural traps in the Jajesnai wilderness. On the way to the 4th Army's encampment, there was a perfect place to set up an ambush. In that battle, Emperor Luo Bao's entire army was wiped out. Even he himself died at the hands of the valiant Yajahada. After that, the tides of the battle turned. Without their emperor, the barren land's army was like a headless dragon. Every time the zebra cavalry carried Emperor Luo Bao's crowned head to the barren land's formation with their spears, they would lose their courage. Half of the army would collapse and flee before our cavalry could even charge. The other half of the army's formation was like an old grandmother's milk paper, slack and weak. After a single charge from the zebra cavalry, they would either run away in tears or throw down their weapons and beg to surrender. Danny sighed to herself. Those barren land were really... The old zebra cavalryman threw his head back and laughed maniacally. It was as if he had become one of the zebra warriors under Yaja's command after a few drinks. None of them were spared. Those who knelt and surrendered, or those who ran away, were all hunted down by the zebra cavalry. The great wilderness was huge, and they weren't locals. Where could they run to? At first, they went deep into the Jajesni plains and swore to kill every single herdsman. Now, the great wilderness thousands of miles away from the barren land became a graveyard for the 300,000-strong army. Killing the invading barren land was not the end. It was a new beginning. Yajahata led a few thousand zebra cavalrymen to and fro the barren land. Nobody could stop them from breaking through the city. The barren land had no soldiers left. After a few years, the barren land repaid the blood debt of Luo Bao's massacre of 1 million Jajesni people by tenfold. The Rashi family's Crimson Dynasty also came to an end. Yajahata, who was gradually exhausted from the killing and plundering, brought countless slaves and treasures back to the Great Plains. From then on, only the Jajesni people robbed others. No other race dared to invade the Great Plains. Sir Yora pursed his lips. The entire barren land had less than 10 million people. How were they going to kill 10 times that number? Danny said directly to the centaurs, "You must remember the glorious deeds of Jajesni and Yajahata." This was no longer a matter of highlighting the main points and circling them in red. It had to be singled out as a title and written in a magnificent chapter. It would be best if all the centaurs had the misconception that Danny Khaleesi equals Yajahata. Unfortunately, she had thought of this too early. The old Jajesni man continued, "Our Jahata has a treasure that has been passed down from generation to generation. That is a wine cup that Yajahata had people remove the muscles on Luo Bao's head and decorate it with gold. If Khaleesi can visit the Jajesni plains one day, I believe Yajahata will definitely use it to entertain you." "Thank you very much. Thank you for telling me this in advance. I will definitely not visit your place in the future." "Oh, I remember now." Yora suddenly had a look of realization. He looked at the old zebra man with a questioning gaze. "A few days ago, I met an Asian mother and son at the dock. Their ship was about to leave the harbor, but the little boy was lying on the side of the ship, clamoring to go down and watch the fire warlock's acrobatic performance. The mother used a low voice to threaten him and said, 'If you don't listen to me, I will send you to the zebra face after dark tonight.' When the child heard this, he immediately kept quiet out of fear. His little face turned pale, and he didn't dare to make a fuss anymore. Is that zebra face Yajahata the ancestor of Yajahata's family? Or do they have the same name?" "Ha ha ha." The old Jajesni man laughed proudly and said, "That mother and son must be barbarians wearing silk robes, right?" Yora shook his head and said, "I have always lived in the Western continent and can't tell the Asians apart. However, their clothing is indeed different from ours. It is very unique and has a very aristocratic temperament. They must be merchants from the Golden Dynasty." After thousands of years, Yajahata is still remembered by the barbarians. The mothers whisper her name and use those distorted horror stories to scare the naughty children. Zebra Face Yaja is just one of the names. There is also Cruel Yaja, Brain-Eating Yaja, Devil's Bride Yaja. Because she has never given birth in her life, they also call her Infertile Yaja. The old man's attitude was casual, and he wasn't angry at all about those names. Danny even saw the hidden pride in his eyes. Just by listening to those names, any man would probably not be able to get hard in the face of Infertile Yaja. If that was the case, she couldn't get pregnant even if she wanted to. Danny didn't want to be called Infertile Danny, Cruel Danny, Zebra. Oh, it should be Horse-Faced Danny. This also had to be highlighted. However, it wasn't the horse people who did it. It was Danny who reminded herself and took it as a warning. She must create a historian profession in the future. Things like the world's most beautiful woman, the unattainable flower of the world's men, the loyal saintess, the wise as the sun, beautiful as the moon Danny, the merciful saintess, the mother of the free people, the torchbearer of the light of civilization, and so on could all be part of her titles. Cough cough, the kind with a title of a few hundred words. Oh right, the perfect old man and the emperor of all ages could also be borrowed. Thinking of this, Danny couldn't help but have a strange smile on her face. Yaja was still not as good as her after all. Even if she was called Zebra Face, she was still not as thick-skinned as her. Chapter 45. After that, old Jajesnai boasted to Danny about how his ancestor, Jahada, destroyed the Jegwin kingdom. Danny was stunned. Even the giant kingdom was destroyed by you guys. This is going against the heavens. Especially when the zebra people told her that the Jegwin giants were 7 to 8 meters tall. I heard from the scholar that there may be giants north of the Great Wall, but their tallest is no more than 4 meters tall. Cora was no longer calm. You are snow giants, and the Jegwin giants are stone giants. Just like you and me, we are both humans but of different races. You are almost half a body taller than me. Old Jajesnai's words were still so wise that Cora and Danny were convinced. When Danny asked in a respectful tone if they had captured any giants, the old man said, "There are only 3 in total, and none of them can reproduce. Even if the giants surrendered, they would have died of old age after 1,000 years. 3, 3, 3, sir. What did you just say? Destroy the Jegwin giant kingdom?" Danny's expression must have been very interesting. After boasting about the deeds of a few outstanding Jahada, Danny felt that she had more or less figured out the social system of the zebra people, so she asked about their religion. "We believe in the Moonsinger Church." The old man's first sentence shocked her. The Moonsinger was the Moonsinger, and the Witch Millie's song of childbirth was learned from the Moonsinger. More importantly, Danny knew that the Moonsinger had a very high status in the Western continent. "I heard that the founding of Bravos came from the Moonsinger's prophecy," she asked. "That's right. When Valeglia controlled the world, countless races were enslaved. The Jajesnai Plains were also under the Dragon King's influence. The Dragon King is much scarier than the barbarian prince. They have dragons." After saying that, he widened his eyes and stared at the 3 dragons beside Danny's table for a long time. "Sigh, that's not right. I hate slavery the most. Under the 7 gods, we should all be equal." Danny did not seem to notice and began to package herself as a believer of the 7 gods. Old Jajesnai neither agreed nor disagreed, but his face did soften considerably. He said, "Those Valeglia people are simply crazy. They insist on mining under the 14 volcanoes. Those are active volcanoes that emit thick smoke and flow red lava. Every slave who enters the mines can't even live for more than a month. Therefore, slave ships from all over the world headed to Valeglia, like carps crossing the river, in an endless stream. About 800 years ago, there was a slave rebellion in the Summer Sea. After the rebellion succeeded, the slaves became even more desperate. Everyone knew that no one could escape from the Megalosaurus. Fortunately, one of the ships had a group of Jajesnai female slaves. They were the Moonchanters from the Jajesnai Plains. Through the prophecy, they found a place that could be used as a refuge for the slaves. Behind the pinewood-covered hills and reefs, there was a lagoon. It was foggy all year round and could block the Dragon King's eyes as he flew overhead. So the fleet took a detour to the north, heading towards the extreme northwest of Ursos, where Bravos was. The prophecy of the Moonchanters came true, and the people of Bravos built the most magnificent temple in their honor as a token of their gratitude. "I see. The Moonchanters' achievements are worthy of that temple. Well, I've been to Bravos before." At this time, Danny turned her attention to another aspect and casually praised him. She then asked, "Sir, do you know what the Valeglia people dig in the volcanoes?" "Red gold, gold, silver, and other minerals. Those Valeglia people were so greedy that they dug through hell. It was also retribution. The poisonous smoke and fire from hell destroyed all of Valeglia." Danny was a little disappointed. She thought it was some kind of magic material, but it turned out that it was just gold. She had to give up on the useless thought and return to the original topic. "What role do the Moonchanters play in your tribe?" The old man said, "Prayer, healing, judgment, and anything else outside of battle. Because of the Moonchanters' beliefs, we never kill our own people." "Well, that should be the main point." "Ah, we Dothraki should really learn from our predecessors," she said to the centaur. "There weren't many people like Danny who were both noble and good at being the butt of jokes." The old zebra man had never met someone like her in his life. It wasn't until the moon was setting in the west and most of the night had passed that he smacked his lips and stopped boasting and bragging. The next morning, Danny asked Dago to give the old man a date red foal as a gift. The foal was born in the city of White Cloud. It was only 2 months old, but it had managed to cross 1,000 miles of the red wasteland, which showed how talented it was. In the next few days, Danny received dozens of visitors. She found that in addition to receiving gifts, she also learned a lot. The different races of the world of ice and fire, the unique handicrafts of each city, the rich and colorful products of the world, people of all kinds of personalities, well, they were called weirdos. For example, there was a widow queers who cried as she offered her husband's dried corpse. It was covered with a layer of silver leaves. It was said that such a corpse was extremely powerful, especially because the deceased was a wizard, so it was even more effective. Rejecting someone's gift was far more rude than complaining in one's heart. So Danny could only keep a stiff face and put the specially treated corpse into her treasure trove. After that, the great merchant Zero pulled her to a secluded place and discussed the purchase of the corpse with her. When Danny asked him about it out of curiosity, he told her without hesitation that the dead body of a wizard was far more magical than the lifeblood of a dwarf. Through special blood witchcraft, a wizard could transfer the magical power of the dead body to other places. For example, his own lifeblood. The fat merchant told her sadly that he had started from scratch. He had paid a great price to become the 13th magnate from a penniless waiter. He had a healthy body, strong physique, young and handsome face. When he had no money, he drooled at the sight of good food, but he could not afford it. Now that he had money, his teeth were not good, and he could not eat the delicacies in front of him. Cough, cough. Merchant Queer's kidneys were not working. His slug-like lifeblood needed the support of magical power. This is actually good for you too. Seeing Danny's hesitation, he winked at her and said, "You know that I've always been madly in love with you. Marrying me is also the best choice for you. I have a healthy body, so the best choice will only become the best choice." All right, now Danny understood. He was not winking at her. He was flirting with her. She was instantly disgusted. "I'm not interested in that wizard's corpse, but that poor widow." Danny hesitated. That's her husband after all. If she regrets it, or suddenly misses her husband, and comes back to me to ask for him, the corpse, what should I do? That won't happen. A gift given is like spilled water. You can't take it back. His fat head that was like a boiled egg shook left and right. Besides, you're the great mother of dragons, the queen of the 7 kingdoms, Queer's most distinguished guest, and the lover that I've been chasing. Why should I be afraid of an ordinary woman? I don't like to use my power to oppress others, Danny said calmly. This guy was treating her like a child. Then just tell her that I love you, and I want to marry you. My thing is not working, and I need the support of her husband's magical power. This way, you can make the best use of it. She should feel honored that she helped you. After all, this was the reason why she gave you the mummy in the first place. Zero was shameless. Treating that thing of his was considered helping her? Danny wanted to slap him. No, one slap was not enough. She had to kick him 10 more times and let Blackie, Little White, and the others burn him to ashes with their dragon flames. How much can you pay? She asked. Zero looked like they were on the same side. He said, according to the market price, about 200 radiance coins. I'll give you 100. How about that? We're all friends. Talking about money will hurt our relationship. Danny paused. When his fat face lit up, she said, let our housekeeper talk about it. Only Yora had the ability to take care of this. She secretly told him that he had to make a fortune out of that guy. Ever since she rejected Zero's proposal many times, she had never eaten stir-fried peacock tongue again. After a few times, she went from reluctantly swallowing it to slightly appreciating it, and then from appreciation to love it. She had finally developed a luxurious hobby, but he had suddenly cut it off. Well, Danny could not afford that kind of thing with her own financial resources. Other than the food, there were also fewer servants than before. For example, the number of beautiful maids who danced and sang for her during meals was decreasing day by day. At first, there were 24, but now there were only 4 left. It was actually very easy to conquer a woman who had never experienced prosperity. As long as you had money, you could use money to let her live like a princess for a while, and then make her understand that this kind of life could only continue if she was with him. That was why bossy CEOs were so popular. It didn't matter if they were bossy or not. The important thing was that they were CEOs. Without a doubt, Zero was also a CEO. He also wanted to use this method to conquer Dani. He definitely did not love her, but if he married her, he could have her dragon. Yura told her that the people of Keles had a strange wedding custom. On the day of the wedding, the wife could ask her husband for a token of love. No matter what she asked for in the world, as long as he had it and could do it, he had to agree. He also had the right to make the same request. Although he could only ask for one thing, he could not refuse it no matter what it was. Zero will definitely ask for your dragon. A megalosaurus is enough for his power to reach a higher level and become the only master of this city, Yura said to her with a cold smile. A few days later, Zero excitedly came to find her. He was holding a pair of blue leather slippers. Look at what this is. Slippers. Dani could not think of what else it could be. Your persimmon has been accepted by the door opener. The last checkpoint to the Hall of 1,000 Seats has been opened. He waved the blue slippers and proudly said, "This is the invitation from the royal family. Giving blue slippers is their tradition. Tomorrow, you can wear them to meet the royal family." The Temple of Memory represented the clergy of Keles. The keeper of the register was the administrative official. The door opener was the minister of the inner palace. She had indeed given him a big yellow persimmon, but at the same time, she also had to carry 5,000 gold coins to the butler's backyard. Chapter 46. The royals were the descendants of the ancient Queer's king and queen. They were not one person, but a group of direct descendants. Looking at Dani's dress, Zero fussed and warned her that she had to wear the traditional dress of Queers if she wanted to meet with the royal family and gain their favor. It was the bare-breasted dress worn by the Queers lady on the streets. Other than the exposed right side of her chest, it was no different from a normal dress. It's not that I don't respect the royals, but as a guest, if I wear the same dress as the Queers lady, wouldn't I be confusing my identity? Wouldn't that be even more disrespectful to the royals? Dani quibbled. She did not want to expose Mimi to a group of perverted onlookers, even though they were small. Actually, she was not quibbling. There had never been a custom where a guest had to wear the same dress as the host when meeting the host, unless the guest had no dignity and was trying to curry favor with the host, hoping to get something from him. Then, they would not be guests, but beggars and almsgivers. How many dragon seekers had Dani received these days? They were mostly from different races and wore their own ethnic dress. None of them wore Dothraki's painted vest. From this incident, it could be seen that Zero had always looked down on her. Many civilized cities were afraid of centaurs, but they also looked down on them. Obviously, in the eyes of this Queers, Dani was also a barbaric centaur, and not the Queen of the Seven Kingdoms or the Princess of Dragonstone Island. Originally, Dani Rise wanted to restore her country. She hoped to get help from the Queers, so she tried her best to accommodate them. But even when she wore Queers' traditional dress, the royals did not lend her a single soldier. Oh, speaking of which, Dani was still puzzled. The city in front of her was completely different from the Queers in the Game of Thrones. Zero was not black at all. On the contrary, he was milky white. He was also not crazy enough to collude with the male sorcerer and kill the other 12 magnates. This was because there were city guards, camel riders, and a huge fleet. Even the male sorcerer had to hide in his prime. Killing them was useless. The 13 magnates were businessmen. Even if they died, there would be countless other businessmen to replace them. In the end, Queers was rich. Thinking about it, he understood. How could Suez be poor? If Dani had really succeeded in robbing the city like in the TV series, she could have easily bought the entire slave bay. She wouldn't have had to resort to deception to obtain the immaculate from Apasta. The royal family would never welcome someone wearing a Dothraki-painted vest. Zero the milkman's words woke Dani from her thoughts. She thought for a moment and said, "Centaurs don't only have colorful vests. Now that we are bannermen, of course we have our own cheapao." Then she told Eerie to find a long robe of peony red from the trunk. The dress was made of soft and silky collar silk with gold trim and short sleeves. A white rose was embroidered on both the collar and the hem of the dress. It was split down to the middle of the thigh. When Dani changed into the cheapao that Queers' tailor had sewn according to her design, and appeared in front of Zero. His mouth was wide open. His pair of pig eyes were bulging out of their sockets, as if they were about to be pulled straight. This is really a centaur's uniform? He swallowed his saliva with difficulty and asked in disbelief. This is a cheapao, the clothing of us bannermen, the centaur maid said proudly. How is it? Danny turned in a circle and looked at Zero. It's much better than the painted vest. Nodding his head, he looked at the Chong Sam with admiration and exclaimed, It's simple yet charming, sexy and solemn at the same time, completely revealing the curves and charm of a woman. Good Chong Sam. Khaleesi, you've raised the level of the Dothraki civilization by a large margin. These words made Danny look at the milkman in a new light. This fellow's sense of beauty and ability to accept new things far exceeded that of ordinary people. That afternoon, Danny wore a silver necklace around her neck and a white peony cheapao with a red background. She wore blue slippers and was escorted by the Bloodriders and Cora in a carriage to the gate of the Hall of 1,000 Seats. Yes, one should never ride a horse while wearing a cheapao. This was also the reason why she and the maid already had kipeos but had never worn them in front of others. Beautiful as it was very impractical for centaurs. As for the silver necklace that looked like a throat guard, it looked a little like the one worn by the red-robed priestess Melisandre. They were both gold and silver necklaces with a dazzling gem embedded in the center of the necklace. However, the red-robed priestess's was a ruby, while Danny's was an amethyst. Zero had given it to her for self-defense. He said that the royal family had always had a bad reputation and often gave poisoned wine to those they thought were a threat. The amethyst had the special effect of dispelling poisons and ensured that Danny was immune to all poisons. If this was another world, Danny would have laughed out loud. However, no matter how strange things were in this strange world, she had to at least maintain a skeptical attitude. To Danny's surprise, the royal family asked her not to bring a dragon to the audience. In response, Zero said sarcastically, Your dragon can breathe fire. They are like a group of silkworms in a warm breeding room, unable to adapt to the outside world. Even the smallest possible injury will make them cry in fear. Danny glanced at him and thought to herself, if it weren't for the fact that you merchants with evil intentions did some terrible things to the royal family, would they be so frightened? However, the royal family still wanted to see the dragon. She took the Blood Alliance guards and the dragon and followed a round black eunuch through the palace gate. They entered the martial arts field on the side of the main hall from the left corridor. Usually, the royal family would stand on the steeple tower in front of them to watch the soldiers practice martial arts. At this time, the square paved with colorful cobblestones was empty. However, on the balcony of the top floor of the tower, there was a group of people standing there. Mother of Dragons, you can remove the shackles of the true dragon and fly freely in the Thousand Throne Hall. The old eunuch's eyes narrowed into a pair of crescent moons as he smiled. Danny sighed. When you are under someone else's roof, you will always do things that make you unhappy. She removed the iron hoops around the necks of the 3 dragons one by one. She said to Blackie in her heart, Others are treating us like pets for people to admire. Take the 2 brothers and fly around the city. Remember, you have to avoid humans. Don't land on the ground before I call for you. Hiss. Blackie jumped. It wanted to jump into the sky without gliding like before. However, when it exerted its strength, its left leg gave way and it staggered and fell onto the cobblestone ground. Ha ha ha, Blackie, you've eaten too much these days. You're fat all over. Danny laughed heartlessly. They had been in Queers for more than half a month, and the 3 dragons had never flown before. Every day, they were provided with an unlimited supply of fresh meat. Everyone could see that their bodies had gotten fatter. They even looked a little chubby and cute. However, they were dragons after all. Dragons were born to the vast sky. Soon, the 3 dragons ran a dozen steps on the ground, jumped, and glided into the air. They then flew around the square a few times and gradually climbed to a height of more than 1,000 meters. The old eunuch put his right hand in front of his forehead. He watched the 3 dragons turn into a black dot and disappear. Only then did he smack his lips. His expression was gluttonous, but he still wanted more. He said, True dragons, that's true dragons. Khaleesi, can't you let them fly a few more rounds? They can't hear me even if I open my mouth and shout. Danny shrugged helplessly. All right. Then he brought Danny and the others back to the main hall on the high platform. They climbed up the 99 stone steps and stood in front of the door for a full half an hour. The hardwood door with gold nails, wider than the city gate, creaked open with a heavy historical aura. A white fatty wearing a loose silk shirt with colorful stripes walked out slowly. He glanced at Danny and the others indifferently. He spoke to Danny in the ancient Valeglia language with the Queer's dialect. The royal family is already waiting for you. Calixi, please leave your subordinates outside the door. The fatty's tone was calm, without a trace of personal emotion. He was like a robot delivering messages. However, the cadence of his voice was very pleasant to the ears. Danny nodded to Cora and the Blood Alliance guards, and followed the milk fatty into the main hall of the palace. The hall was 1,000 square meters, about 30 meters x 40 meters square. There were windows on all 4 walls, and the lighting design was good. Danny saw the Queer's people in luxurious clothes on the other side of the hall as soon as she entered. Starting from the middle of the hall, there was a marble staircase that went up gradually. There was a high stone platform between the circular ceiling and the staircase. There were 24 huge wooden chairs placed in an arc on the platform. Not only were the chairs huge, but the carvings were also strange. The gold-plated surface was bright and brilliant. The armrests and backs of the chairs were inlaid with amber, agate, jade, and emerald. Every chair was different, like competing flowers. Every chair was occupied by a Queer's royal family member with milky white skin. They were dressed in gorgeous Queer's robes. There were old and young, strong and muscular men, weak and sick men, and some were staring at Danny with bright eyes. There were even more people whose eyes were drifting, completely absent-minded, as if they had achieved their goal today by seeing the dragon. I am Targaryen, born of the storm, the legal heir of the 7 kingdoms, Danny Rise. Danny introduced herself to them naturally and gracefully, and bowed with her hands on her chest and knees. I am honored to be summoned by the glorious and ancient Queer's royal family. After a moment of silence, a middle-aged man on the left said, Mother of Dragons, your Cheongsam is very eye-catching. His name was Windrow. He was one of the people Zero had recommended for her to bribe. Other than him, there were 2 other royals who accepted her radiant coins. Zero advised her that she needed a few people to speak up for her. She did not think much of it before, but now Danny felt that the money was not worth it, but it was not a waste. Well, the others looked at her silently, as if they were watching a puppet show. Would the audience talk to the puppet on the stage? The royals did not take the initiative to greet her. After waiting for a long time, only Windrow praised her Cheongsam. However, Danny quickly remembered her goal today: to eliminate the Queer's royal family's worries about the possible appearance of a new Dragon King. So, according to the script she had prepared, she began to state her request. I am the only descendant of the Targaryens, and have the right to inherit the throne of the 7 kings. The people of the 7 kingdoms are secretly sewing the true dragon flag at home, waiting for me to return. The governor of trade in Pintos, the Sea King of Bravos, they all support me in restoring the kingdom. She was like a naive young girl who loved to fantasize, blabbering about her yearning for her hometown in the Westeros, her optimism about regaining the throne, and her expectations for the nobles and kind people of the 7 kingdoms. Chapter 47. A few days ago, Danny went to the Memory Temple to read the history of quills. From the thick parchment book, she obtained 3 important pieces of information. First, a map of the world with quills at the center. Second, her speculation about White Cloud City was confirmed. Before Valeglia was destroyed, Slaver's Bay had the Valeglia Avenue that connected all the major cities of Valeglia. Valeglia Avenue was a stone road made of magma and magma. It was wider and sturdier than modern highways. It connected almost all the cities to the Norn River Basin in the western continent. If you want to be rich, you have to build a road first. There was no safer and faster road than Valeglia Avenue. At that time, merchants mostly took routes like Far East Jade Sea Quills, White Cloud City, Slavers Bay, Valeglia Avenue all over the world. That was why White Cloud City was such a desert miracle. Danny guessed one thing wrong. The dried riverbed she saw was not natural, but a man-made river. Valeglia drove slaves to dig a man-made river from the source of the Leza River. It was nearly 1,000 kilometers long, passing through 2 white cities and ending at the third. 300 years ago, Valeglia was destroyed in the Great Cataclysm. The entire land of Long Summer was shrouded in a strange curse. Valeglia Avenue from Slavers Bay to Valennes became a demonic avenue that everyone feared. Thus, the 1,000-year Silk Road between the east and the west came to an end. Merchants could only use ships to avoid the road from Valennes to Quills. White cities lost their value. The river that required large amounts of manpower every few years gradually dried up. In less than 100 years, white cities, which had been weakened to the extreme, were destroyed by passing horse people. Oh, back to the topic. The third piece of information Danny obtained from the Memory Temple had something to do with Valeglia. The Dragon King of Valeglia had captured slaves all the way to the Jujesni Plains in the far east. How could he let go of Quills? On the day when the Megalosaurus arrived at the city, the ancient royal family of Quills perished, leaving behind a princess who became the wife of a Dragon King of Valeglia. The two of them were the ancestors of the royal family in front of Danny. Danny guessed that the royal family must have coveted her Megalosaurus, but were also extremely afraid of it. As the mother of dragons, she had the ability to become the next ancestor of the Quills royal family, just like what the Dragon King had done in the past. And so, Danny turned to the royal family and requested, "Great ruler of the immortal city of Quills, I ask you to lend me a fleet, so that I can return to the homeland that I miss day and night. The people of the Westeros will be grateful to you for bringing back their queen." At the end of her speech, she wiped her tears and wept sorrowfully. Queer's onions were awesome. It was a little awkward. In such a large hall, her soft sobs actually produced echoes. It was too empty and too quiet. No one gave her a response. Woo-woo. Perhaps the royal family also felt that the silence was too awkward. Sobbing sounds came from the platform. It was still that chill. Wendello, who had received 777 gold radiance coins from Danny. "Danny, your words are so touching. Your emotions have deeply touched me," he said as he wiped his tears. Danny widened her eyes, waiting for him to continue. It would be great if he could give her dozens of warships, but I'm obsessed with music and have no interest in business. I'm not like the 13 magnates, who all have huge fleets. Although I'm as rich as a country, I don't have the big ships you need. Danny's heart sank. You bastard. You said you're as rich as a country, but you're still so stingy. Calixi, your attire, your etiquette, and the way you speak have moved me. Another member of the royal family who accepted the bribe, known as Iging the Elegant, declined politely with a sobbing tone. "I'm a member of the royal family, but I'm also a poet. I'm willing to compose a poem about what happened to you." As she finished, she began to recite a poem in Valyrian with tears in her eyes. The poem roughly described how the last princess of an ancient kingdom went through countless difficulties and dangers, but in the end, she was extremely lucky and received the support of many of her subjects. She defeated the usurper and successfully married the handsome prince, growing up to become a queen. Although they couldn't send a fleet to send Danny back to restore her kingdom, they could use this method to fulfill her dreams. Woo-woo, it's so touching. I also wish you success, Queen of the Seven Kingdoms. Many people spoke for the first time. They rejected her. Some copied Aigen and the others and rejected her tactfully. Some remained silent and rejected her silently. At some point, the fat manager who had been standing quietly at the bottom left corner of the stairs suddenly moved a few steps to the center. He didn't disturb the royal family members on the 5-meter-tall platform, but he also happened to attract Danny's attention. Danny caught a glimpse of him gesturing discreetly to her that the day's petition was over. What? It's over? Even if they didn't give her a few warships, they should at least give her something in return, right? She had bribed more than 10,000 radiance coins from start to finish. In order to raise money, she even sold most of the gifts given by the visitors. The royal family of Kuglers was really a bunch of idiots. They didn't care about the etiquette of the guests at all. They were completely stingy. Danny cursed the royal family's ancestors in her heart, but she still looked sad. She wiped her tears and expressed her gratitude to the royal family, then politely asked to leave. After leaving the palace, she waited for another hour at the training field in the side hall. When the sky gradually darkened, the 3 dragons landed beside her. She put the chains back on, and the group followed the path they came from and left the hall of 1,000 seats. When she came here in the afternoon on the ox cart, the sun was high in the sky and the weather was too hot. There were very few people on the streets. Now that it was almost dusk, the spacious road was also blocked by the crowd. Xiao Gu had no choice but to crack his whip in the air and shout from the horseback, "Get out of the way, you milkmen! Get out of the way! Make way for the mother of dragons!" But his shaky Valeglia language only attracted the curious gazes of countless people. It didn't have any effect on the traffic at all. The ox cart could only move forward step by step. The great merchant Zero seemed to be used to this. He leisurely reclined on the back of the cool mahjong mat, poured ruby-like wine into a pair of matching emerald and gold goblets, and steadily handed it to Danny opposite him. "My light of love, I see that your red and swollen eyes are filled with deep disappointment. They rejected you?" Danny took the goblet and drank more than half of it. "Your eyes are like torches, seeing the truth of the matter. Yes, the royal family rejected me mercilessly. Or rather, they didn't even want to help me. They called me purely because of their curiosity about dragons and their boredom." Zero didn't look surprised at all. While pouring wine for himself, he asked casually, "What did they say?" "Windrow said that he didn't have a boat and couldn't help me. Elegant Aegon cried and recited a poem for me. Massos, who took 500 radiant coins from me, didn't even bother to reject me." Danny sighed and asked, "Can I ask Sir Yura to ask him for the money back?" "Sigh, these people from Queers are really untrustworthy. People without trust can't survive in the business world. Queers is the largest trading capital, so the royal family's power is getting lower and lower, and their reputation is getting worse and worse." Zero mocked with disdain, then looked at Danny seriously and warned her, "Don't mention the matter of asking for the gift back if you don't want the regretful guest to sneak into my palace one night and murder you while you're asleep." "Regretful guest." Danny nodded and didn't mention the matter of asking Massos for the money. Other than the fact that the people of Queers shed tears as a sign of civilization, they also had another characteristic. They were polite. When the assassins of Queers killed, they would also politely say "I'm sorry" to the victims. Therefore, the long-established assassin group was known as the regretful guest. Well, self-righteous politeness. The encounter in the Hall of 1,000 Seats this afternoon didn't make Danny think that the people of Queers were polite. "Oh, my love, don't be too sad. You're not the only one who suffered today." Zero spread his arms wide and rested them on the back of the soft couch. The wine cup hooked between 2 fingers on his right hand swayed gently. There's a saying in Queers that it's harder to get money from the royal family than to milk Pharos's stone cows. Do you know Pharos? It's an island in the Jade Sea. The people there worship stone cows. Isn't it strange? If you're willing to marry me, my luxurious yacht can take you there to see the local scenery. In fact, my caravans are all over the Jade Sea. You can go anywhere you want. We can travel to the barren lands and look for the city of dreams that poets speak of. We can go to the Jujesnai plains and drink the wine of wisdom with the heads of the dead. I want to sail to the Westeros and drink the wine of vengeance with the heads of usurpers. Why don't you come with me to the King's Landing? The scenery of the Sunset Continent is more beautiful and mysterious than the Jade Sea." Danny blinked at him and smiled. "Other than the shocking Great Wall beyond the Great Wall, I've heard that there are deviant ghosts in the far north. Do you know about deviant ghosts? They're terrifying monsters that can bring eternal night to the world. They're much more interesting than those stone cows. Let the deviant ghosts come. Eternal night isn't as disappointing as being rejected by you again." The fatty wiped his face and squeezed out a few more tears. As expected, every person of Queers could cry under any circumstances. "I've told you many times. I'm a merchant. All merchants are pacifists. War is the killer of stable trade. We may expect others to fight, but we never participate in it ourselves. Also, I don't understand what's so good about that iron chair in the King's Landing. I've heard that it was forged by your ancestors using thousands of swords. It's cold, hard, and sharp. It's a metal monster. Aren't you afraid of those jagged spikes cutting into your toned buttocks? The merchant rejected Danny once again. Boom! On the street outside the carriage, countless citizens suddenly shouted together. The loud sound waves seemed to be about to overturn the carriage that Danny was sitting on. Creak! The carriage came to a sudden stop. What happened? Danny asked loudly through the curtain. Chapter 48. Calixi, there's a fire mage up ahead. He's performing right in the middle of the street. There are so many healers that they've completely blocked the street. Go lowered his head and stuck it to the window of the carriage, shouting loudly. He had no choice but to shout loudly. The street was as noisy as boiling porridge. There were people everywhere, and there were voices everywhere. It was even more exaggerated than the train stations during the spring festival in modern society. It's just a fire mage. You can see those guys on the streets and in the taverns at the docks every day. There's nothing strange about it. Zero's face was full of disapproval. He was probably used to the traffic jams and queers. He was still calm in such an environment. He took out a bottle of red wine from a compartment under the chair and shook it in front of Danny. He said, "Don't you miss your hometown? This is the best golden wine from Enchanting Island. Let's have another drink." No, fire mages aren't that common in the Western continent. I'll go out and take a look. Danny shook her head. In fact, fire mages were often seen on the streets of Bravos and Pintos. Even the King's Landing under the Seven Gods sect had a fire warlock guild. The fire mages that Danny and Rise had met before were more like handymen or magicians than mages. However, Danny did not want to continue this nonsense with Zero. She was mentally tired. "Get me a horse." She stuck her head out of the curtain and shouted to the Blood Brotherhood guards. "Calixi, your cheapao isn't suitable for riding," Yura said as he took a few steps forward. There were 3 Blood Brotherhood guards. One was on the left, one was on the right, and one was leading the way. Sir Yura was guarding the back. He and Chui Luo were guarding the dragon cage on the carriage behind them. Sigh, this is troublesome. Danny looked around and realized that she was not tall enough to see through the dense crowd. Suddenly, she had an idea. She smiled. "I'll stand on the back of the bull. Go support me from the side." This carriage was one of the gifts that Zero had given Danny. The body of the carriage was made of ebony and gold. The bulls pulling the carriage were also divine bulls that were 1 in 1,000. One was as white as ivory, while the other was as black as jade. They were very handsome and very docile. The horns were inlaid with jewels. As she spoke, she jumped off the ox cart and squeezed to the side of the white ox pulling the cart. Like an agile monkey, she lightly stood on the broad back of the ox and did not need Aji's support at all. It was fine if she didn't look, but with just a glance, Danny was shocked. The fire mage was a short man wearing a tight red robe. His face was dark and thin, and his body was like a monkey. At this moment, he was also like the most magical devil monkey. With a wave of his hand, he summoned a burning staircase 2 meters above the ground. He jumped and landed on the swaying red fire stairs. He didn't fall. Danny didn't see any hidden support. In fact, this was just the beginning. He stood on the empty fire stairs and waved his hands. Orange-red fire stairs appeared in an orderly manner, extending all the way to the high lattice-like ceiling. Then, he climbed up the fire stairs like an agile monkey. Every time he stepped on a fire staircase, the staircase disappeared behind his feet, leaving only a wisp of silver smoke. As he climbed higher and higher, he reached the height of 4 floors. At the top, he waved at the wildly cheering audience below and suddenly fell backward. His entire body, together with the last step of the fiery staircase, suddenly disappeared without a trace. Danny widened her eyes and looked at the empty yellow sky. She shouted in her heart, "This is impossible. If the fire mage on the street is so awesome, how can I survive?" "Agu, Sir Yura. What do you think?" She couldn't help but ask the 2 people beside the white ox. They were riding on the backs of tall horses, and together with Danny, they had witnessed the miracle just now. "It's a very good trick. Many palace magicians are not as good as him," Yura praised loudly. "Do you understand? Where did he go? Why can he stand on the fire out of thin air? Could there really be magic?" Danny asked in a low voice. "Ha ha ha, Your Highness, You think too much. It's just a trick of the Jianghu magicians. They rely on this for a living. If they can't fool us, they won't be qualified. Yura laughed. This is not a trick, a woman said in the common language. Hearing the voice, Danny noticed that Kueishi was standing beside the white ox. She was still wearing a gray linen hooded mage robe and a red lacquered wooden mask. She didn't know how long she had been there, but the few of them had ignored her. She was obviously a wizard, but she had maxed out her stealth skills. Danny complained in her heart as she turned around and rode on the back of the ox. She smiled and greeted, "Master Mage, long time no see. How have you been?" After greeting, she hurriedly asked, "Do you know the trick of the magic just now? Or is that really magic? But how is that possible? If it was half a year ago, I would agree with you even without seeing it with my own eyes. But it's different now, Danny Rise. You have brought back the power of magic to this world." Kueishi's eyes reflected a watery luster behind the mask. Danny blinked her eyes hard, but she couldn't see the color of her eyes. "Isn't that too exaggerated? If I had that kind of ability, I wouldn't know nothing about magic." She laughed. Kueishi pointed at the fire mage who had appeared out of nowhere in the crowd and said seriously, "I know him. Half a year ago, at the same place, he couldn't even use the dragon crystal to start a fire. He could only rely on gunpowder and wildfire to fool ignorant fools. Daenerys, take a closer look. That fatty queers in the colorful robe is a priest of the memory shrine. That girl in the felt hat behind him, take a look." Danny looked in the direction where Kueishi was pointing. 7 or 8 meters away, there was a girl wearing a felt hat and a magenta dress, dressed like a rich lady. She leaned against the fat priest's waist and squeezed in another direction as if nothing had happened. "That girl is a pickpocket. I saw her use a blade to cut open the cloth bag on the priest's waist." Ago exclaimed. "Do you understand now?" Kueishi looked at Danny and said lightly, "That fire mage used magic to attract the audience's attention, and then the pickpockets under him took the opportunity to do their work. But what does this mean?" Danny murmured, "He's not a proper fire mage. You saw the flaming stairs with your own eyes. But half a year ago, he could only perform barefoot steps on burning coals or make burning roses bloom in the air. I don't need to explain. You should be able to guess the key point. Compared to the performance now, it's like heaven and earth." Finally, she said to Danny, "The reason is simple. The tide of magic is surging, and his own magic power is increasing. The power of every occultist in this world is increasing rapidly. You don't want to teach me magic. What's the use of telling me this?" Danny said noncommittally. Even if the dragon brought magic to this world, she didn't even know the most basic incantation. After listening to Kueishi's words today, she even gave up the idea of going to Asha to study. If she really went to the wizard city, would she learn witchcraft from the wizards, or would the wizards develop witchcraft from her body? "I want to warn you, Danny Targaryen." Kueishi suddenly stepped forward and held Danny's right hand that was supporting her on the cow's back. "You must leave this city quickly, or you won't be able to leave. Son of Shadow, don't touch the mother of dragons." Jorgo's eyes were sharp, and he nimbly knocked the whip handle on Kueishi's finger. Her finger hurt, and she immediately withdrew her hands. Danny frowned and raised her right hand to look carefully in front of her eyes. Her skin was white and soft, without even a trace of red. Was it an illusion? The moment Kueishi had touched her right wrist, she had felt a sharp pain at the spot where she had touched it. It came suddenly and went quickly. She wasn't sure if it was an illusion or not. "What's the danger?" she asked. Kueishi looked calm. She was not angry even after being hit by Jorgo. "The royal family has seen your dragon. You rejected Zero many times, and you will continue to reject him in the future. The wizard has always coveted your dragon. You should know this yourself. None of the major forces and queers are your friends. Isn't it dangerous enough?" Danny glanced at the ox cart behind her and said noncommittally, "Where do you think I should go?" "Well, I won't go to Asha." Kueishi said indifferently, "To go north, you must go south. To reach the west, you must go east. To go forward, you must go back. To see the light, you must go through the shadows. This is your destiny." "Alas, why do you want me to go to Asha? Even a lousy which could easily ruin my life. but there are countless wizards who study mysterious powers there. Danny said helplessly, "There is the truth of the world that you must know," Kueishi said. She did not wait for Danny to ask again. She bowed and disappeared into the crowd. Ago looked at Kueishi's back and snorted. No one in their right mind would believe in the children of shadow. Ha ha ha, your barbarians have wisdom that they don't know. Zero was in the carriage and heard the whole conversation. He opened the curtain and invited Danny back to the carriage. "Even if you keep rejecting me, I will still be your most loyal friend and your most passionate admirer. You can treat my palace as your home and stay as long as you want." "Thank you. You are my most trusted friend, Gentleman Zero," Danny said with a smile. "I don't believe you. It's time to leave." When the sun set, they returned to Zero's mansion. After dealing with Zero, Danny immediately called Jorgo to the study and asked him about Kueishi's words. "Although I don't trust her, Kueishi is right about one thing. The longer we stay here, the more dangerous it is. Even from the perspective of a guest's rights, a short visit counts as a guest, but if we stay here for too long, we will become a sojourn and can no longer be considered a guest." Cora talked about the tradition of the northern region again. "Where do you think we should go next?" she asked. "The east. The far east is not just Asha. There are many trading cities in the Jade Sea," Jorgo said. "Going east means giving up the chance to return to the Westeros," Danny said calmly. "Illyrio is not trustworthy. Illyrio is not trustworthy. He is fat, which means that he is gluttonous. As the saying goes, a glutton is greedy. At the same time, he is a powerful person. There is another saying, a person in power is cunning. How can you trust someone who is both greedy and cunning?" Cora said solemnly. Chapter 49. As for the Westeros, Yora's expression was gloomy as he said helplessly, "I don't know if you should give up that dangerous Iron Throne, but I know very well that the longer you stay in one place, the easier it is for the enemy to find you. The Targaryen name is a name that makes traitors fear, especially after they know that you have a dragon." "Sire, thank you for being so considerate." Danny thanked him sincerely, then looked him in the eye and asked, "The Westeros are just a dream to me, but what does it mean to you? I am no longer the queen of the Seven Kingdoms. Can I still have the queen's Iron Guard that I can trust?" Danny had never thought of fighting for the Iron Throne. All the ambition she had shown for the Westeros was to confuse people. To confuse Zero, the people of Quills, Kyleven, and even Jorah Mormont was an important target. The Westeros were nothing to Danny, but to the Great Bear, they were his home that he could not part with. Jorah Mormont himself could not deny that his loyalty to Danny was partly because she had great hopes of restoring the Targaryen dynasty. If Danny became the queen, as the queen's Iron Guard, he could wash away all the stains on his body and return home with great glory. "Danny Rise, you can trust the loyalty of an admirer." He called her by her name. "That's the problem." Danny sighed. "If I can never return your love, and I can't let you return home with glory, what is the point of your loyalty? Your Highness, why are you so cruel?" Jorah smiled bitterly. "Keeping you as a spare tire is the real cruelty," Danny thought. "You are a reliable brother, a trustworthy friend. I don't want to lie to you, so please don't lie to me," she said. Jorah's face was red at first, and he was very emotional. When he heard the last sentence, his face suddenly turned pale and he blurted out, "I didn't lie to you, and I won't lie to you. You're lying to me right now. Today was such a good opportunity to confess. As long as you took advantage of the situation and revealed your identity as a spy from King's Landing, I would have forgiven you and ended your torturous life in the Infernal Bureau. But why couldn't you seize the opportunity?" Danny could entrust her safety to the Queen's Iron Guard, but she would never completely trust her, at least not for now. "Sir, take Ago to the Blacksmith Guild tomorrow and order a batch of leather armor." Danny originally wanted to say iron armor, but when she thought of Mom Min's situation, she immediately changed it to leather armor. Firstly, the traditional view had not changed. The Ma Min warriors rejected metal armor and thought that hiding in metal was a cowardly act. Secondly, light cavalry warriors didn't have the combat experience and awareness of heavy cavalry. Simply put, Ma Min hadn't added any points to the heavy cavalry skill yet. Thirdly, Danny remembered the bronze armor of the camel cavalry. The fact that the city guards did not have any iron armor made her doubt the Coalition's iron armor technology. She told De Xiong the 3 reasons above. With your knighthood, choose a light leather armor that can block arrows. You can add a breastplate to your chest and back. This, Cora hesitated for a moment and said, Your Highness, you haven't participated in a battle, so I'm afraid you don't understand. None of the leather armor can meet your requirements. Danny was immediately displeased when he called her a war newbie. It was true that she hadn't been on the battlefield, but she had read a lot of anti-Japanese dramas and historical novels. Who didn't know that iron pots could block bullets and leather and cotton armor could block arrows? My requirements are very low, Danny said with a straight face. I just wanted to be able to block arrows. A large number of archers? De Xiong shook his head, his face bitter. Iron arrowheads can pierce through iron armor, let alone leather armor. That should be very rare, right? Li Guang could shoot through boulders, but how many men could do that? Sigh, let's put it this way. Other than the double-string dragonbone bow, the Midsummer Island's goldenwood bow is the most famous. An elite red archer uses a goldenwood bow and can shoot through thin leather armor 400 meters away, P.S. But I understand your requirements. You want the horse people to charge in the rain of arrows. That distance really can't block arrows. Danny asked with a straight face. Are you sure it's 400 meters? Not just one person, but a group of people can do it? Cora nodded and said, If you don't believe me, you can go to the dock area and take a look. There are many merchant ships from the Midsummer Islands docked there. Every ship has at least one elite archer. By the way, Kuhalu of Laurel Wind is from the Midsummer Islands. Unfortunately, he should have left the port for many days. The sea is full of pirates. Even if you can win the boarding battle, the destroyed goods are not few, so a strong archer is necessary. Sigh, I see. Danny sighed dejectedly and waved her hand. It's better to get a set of leather armor. Put an iron plate on the chest. It's better to have a layer of protection than nothing. Early the next morning, Cora and Ago went to the blacksmith guild. It was an alliance formed by weapon merchants and a large number of blacksmiths. They had swords, spears, swords, halberds, kitchen knives, hoes, and sickles. They also had leather armor, saddles, and horseshoes. Little Kalesa only had a little more than 100 soldiers who could fight. For the blacksmith guild, it was just a small business. They could complete Danny's order in a few days. During this period, there was a small episode. Cora and Ago quarreled over the helmet. The Westeros knight understood Danny's intention to protect her warriors, so he chose an extra full-body iron helmet. Yes, it was a helmet with a face guard, throat guard, and a skirt guard. Wearing that kind of helmet, the thick braid at the back of the head would be a huge burden, and the centaurs didn't like it. The two quarreled in the blacksmith shop and finally reached Danny. She thought about it and asked the blacksmith to open a hole at the back of the helmet to let the braid out. It's too ugly, and an extra hole is another hidden danger. Cora muttered. Sigh, that leather armor is full of flaws. This one won't make a difference. Danny sighed. In addition to the leather armor, Danny also ordered a large number of crossbows. Single-handed crossbows with hand strings and heavy two-handed crossbows with foot strings. Almost every centaur had a bow and arrow, but crossbows were rare. Other than Drogo, who had a blackwood single-handed crossbow inlaid with gold, none of the other centaurs had one. Danny equipped every warrior with 2 crossbows and hung them on both sides of the saddle. The women, children, and the elderly also had one each, increasing the team's attack power by more than double. In addition to the weapons, Danny also ordered a batch of camels. Her actions immediately attracted Zero's attention. Buying weapons could be said to strengthen the guards, but buying camels, that meant she wanted to leave. Starlight, what did I not do well enough? You're leaving so soon. The merchant wiped his tears and said sadly, You're a hospitable host. Danny's eyes reddened when she heard this, and she said helplessly, But I want to go back to the Westeros. My people are waiting for me. The usurper is dead, and this is the best chance for me. But I can't get any help here. Sigh, this is so sad. Zero cried for a while, then asked casually, My Star of Heaven, Do you plan to ride the camels back to White Cloud City and then return to the Dothraki Sea of Grass? Perhaps. If you're willing to give me 2 large ships, I'll take the sea route. If there aren't any ships, I'll have to ride the camels. Zero thought for a while, then wiped the tears off his face with a handkerchief that smelled strongly of perfume. My star of heaven, you don't have to be so anxious. Perhaps things will take a turn for the better. What turn for the better? The royal family has clearly rejected me, and the 13 magnates, represented by you, have always disappointed me. Did the Tourmaline Brotherhood or the Spice Guild change their minds? Danny asked curiously. No, no, no. Zero shook his head and said with disdain, they won't give you anything other than flattery and lies. The Spice Guild is a group of hypocrites and braggart. Another name for them in the Brotherhood is pirates. Other than these few forces, who else can help me in Queers? Do you still remember the wizard's corpse I bought from you? Zero asked instead of answering. Danny's pretty face was a little twisted. She had been paying attention to Zero's magical bird, so she told Cora and the Blood Riders about it and asked them to keep an eye out for Zero's condition. Cora did not disappoint, and soon found out about Zero's condition through the servants in the mansion. Cora said to her, the one who helped Zero cast the spell was a rather famous wizard in Queers, Urizen, nicknamed Night Walker. After the ritual, the servants heard the little boy's cries and the merchant's curses coming from Zero's room. I guess it worked a little, but it was far from what I expected. Actually, it doesn't matter whether the spell improved his condition or not, since he doesn't need it most of the time anyway. At this point, his face was full of disdain. All the words he said to you about his love were lies. He doesn't like women at all. I've noticed that his palace has a bunch of boys from all races in beautiful silk clothes, including centaurs and people from the Summer Islands. They all put on makeup and wore thin clothes. It's just, according to the teachings of the 7 gods, Zero will definitely go to the 7th level of hell in the future. Waking up from her memories, Danny carefully looked at the short and fat Zero in front of her. His milky white face was like freshly baked bread, and his nose was decorated with jade, gold, and gemstones. Together with his colorful silk robes, he looked like a bald, fat bird with colorful feathers. You can't judge a book by its cover. Is the wizard's spell abnormal? She asked. Zero didn't notice Danny's strange expression, mainly because his situation was nothing in Queers. It was like some men in modern society wearing women's clothes. Everyone was used to it and wouldn't treat you differently. It works, but it has to be combined with the wizard's potion, he said generously. Danny's teeth ached. Was this the effect of the potion, or was the spell really working? So, she asked, the wizard's power is recovering. They are likely to regain their former power, Zero said with a serious expression. Danny understood what he meant. As time passed, the wizard's power would grow stronger and stronger. They would naturally become one of the most powerful people in Queers. If the wizard was willing to help her, then maybe the wizard lied to you. Even if it's true, why would they help me? Danny said, let's give it a try if we have the chance. The situation can't get any worse, Zero suggested. The wizard's Hall of Dust is very dangerous. Let's not make contact with the great wizard, Haya Bli. I know a more secular wizard, Urizen the Night Walker. He has a desire for money. Anyone who loves money can be trusted because I have money. Chapter 50. Danny did not immediately agree to meet Urizen. When she asked Yura for his advice that night, the knight advised her not to deal with the mysterious people. Sir, this is not the magic desert of Westeros. I also want to stay away from wizards, but you often go out on the street. There are fire mages, wizards, and priests everywhere. You can't avoid them. She sighed. Even in the far west, Westeros, under the doctrine of the 7 gods, were experiencing waves of unprecedented magic events. Earl Barry, who had been killed many times, was resurrected again and again. The red-robed woman killed people with the Shadow Child. The leech curse revived Catelyn, who was almost rotten in the water. There was also prophecy. The skill of prophecy was terrifyingly easy to learn. It seemed that in this world, every sorcerer could prophesy. Almost all the major events that were about to happen in the future had been successfully predicted. In such a fantasy world, it was impossible to avoid the ghosts and gods. It was impossible to avoid them. So Danny asked him directly about Urizen's personality and whether he could trust him. Zero didn't lie. Urizen would rather enjoy a comfortable life than explore the truth of the world. He's much less threatening than ya. If he allows us to go with you, it shouldn't be too dangerous. Of course, the best choice is not to go. Don't talk to any wizards. Without contact, blood, and hair, the wizards can't hurt anyone. In the end, Sir Yura tried to persuade her again. Danny did not accept his advice. The reason was simple. There was no way to avoid it. Did Renly take the initiative to talk to the wizards? His throat was cut by the ghost child. The Westeros tried their best to suppress the mysterious people. People of the Seven Kingdoms had never seen fire mages and red-robed priests, who were almost normal in the continent of Ursos. However, the crisis of the deviant ghosts broke out in the north. Old Mormont led a group of night watchers out of the Great Wall to investigate the deviant ghosts. Sam was the only one who knew that the dragon crystal could be used to deal with deviant ghosts. Even Sam had only just found the information in the library of the Night Watchers. Danny, who had the Megalosaurus as her ultimate weapon, did not need to force herself to master the power of magic and witchcraft, but she at least had a certain understanding of those mysterious powers. According to the agreed time, around 8:00 at night, Danny and Zero sat in the bullock cart. Under the escort of Cora and the others, they passed through 4 streets and 2 brightly lit night markets before arriving at the small merchant gathering area in the west of the city. Although Urizen is much more normal than the male wizards, he's still a strange guy to us. Zero moved his fat body and stepped down from the carriage. As he walked, he chuckled and said, "Almost no one has seen him during the day, but after midnight, people often see him wrapped in a gray sorcerer's robe on the streets, squares, fountains, and docks. That's why they call me Night Walker." Danny rubbed her eyes. The purple wood door inlaid with red copper that was originally tightly shut was now wide open. A middle-aged man with long black hair stood at the door. Typical of queers, he had milky white skin, a long horse-like face, blue lips, and a black pearl pierced through the left side of his nose, which was very conspicuous against his pale face. "You, when did you come out?" Danny opened her mouth wide in shock. She was the first one to jump off the carriage. Her eyes never left the door a few steps away. The wooden door was tightly shut a moment ago, and in the blink of an eye, the owner had come out to greet the guests. "Ha ha ha, Mother of Dragons, you are the source of miracles. You shouldn't be surprised by these little tricks." Urizen laughed. "Little tricks of wizards, no big deal." Zero shook his head and looked indifferent. Compared to Kaishi, the son of Shadow, he is not even an apprentice. The merchant was not polite, but Night Walker was not angry. In the whole queers, except for the immortals who may exist in the Holy Palace, who can say that they are stronger than Kaishi. "Welcome, Mother of Dragons. It is the greatest honor of my life that you have graced my humble house with your presence." Urizen bowed like a gentleman and said loudly, "To express my gratitude, I will do my best to show you the power of magic tonight." After that, he clapped his hands 3 times in a row. Danny and the others were puzzled. He extended his right hand and made an inviting gesture. "Please follow me." With doubts, Danny stepped on the stairs and crossed the threshold. "Oh my God, it's so beautiful," she could not help but exclaim. Behind the door was a red stone path. On both sides of the 2-meter-wide stone path, there was a flower bed. It was full of plants that looked like sorghum. They were thin and long, more than 2 meters tall. Their stems were like white opaque glass, and the brown leaves at the top were glowing with a faint blue light. Walking in the middle of the path, Danny felt like she had come to a magical world. She was intoxicated by the strange beauty and could not help but slow down her steps. "Ghost grass?" Sir Yora's expression suddenly changed, and he exclaimed, "Clang, clang, clang." The blood guards were stunned at first, but they immediately pulled out their scimitars and stepped forward to protect Danny. "Don't get too excited. This is the house of the sorcerer. The ghost grass is just a kind of landscape plant." Night Walker smiled faintly. "Calixi, this is a cursed land. We have to leave quickly." Only cursed souls can make the ghost grass glow. Everyone knows that, Ago said loudly. Everyone knows, Ricaro replied. The ghost grass is an inauspicious thing. The moment it covers the world, all other lives will end completely. Everyone knows that, Jogo shouted. Calm down. If the ghost grass is so scary, would the people of Quills allow it to exist? Danny pushed Ago and Ricaro away and continued walking forward. Mother of Dragons, you have wisdom that is beyond the reach of ordinary people. After a compliment, Urizen explained, the reason the centaurs are afraid of the ghost grass is because this plant is very invasive. No other plants can survive where it exists, and cows and horses can't eat the ghost grass as food. Haha, your barbarians call seawater poisonous. Any water that horses can't drink is poisonous water, and any grass that horses can't eat is cursed grass. Although Urizen's words made sense, Danny didn't like the way he belittled the centaurs. If the ghost grass is just a normal plant, why did the sorcerer plant it in his own garden? Urizen looked at her deeply and nodded. That's right. The ghost grass is not normal at all. It's a natural magic tide water level indicator. When the magic tide comes, the ghost grass starts to grow. When the magic tide of the world recedes, the ghost grass withers and can't germinate anymore. The growth of the ghost grass is determined by the magic tide of the world. The centaurs don't have to worry about it covering the world. Danny touched the white glass-like stalk in surprise. She didn't feel anything strange. What did you do when you clapped your hands before you entered? She asked. Put a curse on them. Urizen smiled weirdly. The souls of the newly dead made it glow. Urizen didn't waste any time on pleasantries. He led Danny and the others directly to his laboratory. Cora and the centaurs were in awe of the bottles and jars, but Danny had a strange look on her face. She felt like she was in a chemistry laboratory. Glass beakers, measuring cylinders, measuring bottles, brown reagent bottles, iron distillation racks, and strange heating lamps? What kind of lamp is this? She pointed at the heating device that looked like a small liquefied gas tank and asked curiously, Secondary wildfire reagent. Wildfire? Cora yelled and quickly pulled Danny back a few steps. He yelled, 7 layers of hell. Are you crazy? You put wildfire on the table so casually? Look at the hot temperature in Queers, Urizen interrupted him. With the heat of Queers, it should have exploded a long time ago. But as you can see, my magic potion lab is still intact. Have you found a more stable formula for wildfire? Cora was horrified. What the hell was a wildfire? Wildfire was a low-level version of Amaterasu. Except for the need for oxygen, it had the property of Amaterasu that could burn and burn anything. If it were not so easy to burn and extremely unstable when moving, the world of ice and fire would have changed a long time ago. Well, it was the era of hot weapons. If Urizen could develop a wildfire that would not explode in the hot summer, then Queers would dominate the world. I put ice in the jar, Danny said as she touched the gray iron jar. Yes. Every time you use it, take out a part of it and put it in the burning pot. Urizen said casually. He pointed at the milky white glass rod on the marble base and said, the production of wildfire is related to the magic tide, but it's just a trick. The glass candle is the embodiment of the mage's supernatural power. Glass candle? It was a twisted glass rod more than 1 meter long. It was milky white and opaque. It was inserted on the square stone base 1/2 meter high. There was nothing special about it. Danny was confused. What's it for? Watch carefully. Urizen walked to the glass rod with a solemn expression and began to murmur in a high-pitched voice in a language that Danny could not understand. It was the language of the male wizards. Whoa! The dim lab was like a 200-watt light switch being turned on. The glass candle splashed light as bright as snow into the sky. The light was in the form of strands, like falling catkins or goose feathers dancing under the hot sun at noon. It was like a dream. It was as if time had shifted and they had arrived in a strange world of light. Try to enter the void state. Urizen's voice came faintly. Danny's absent-minded mind was awakened by him. If you didn't tell me, I would have entered the void state, she complained in her mind. Suddenly, Danny felt something. Her soul ignored the distance of several streets and found the black dragon in the mansion. Swoosh. She entered the dragon spirit mode. The black dragon's soul merged with her, but she once again turned her eyes to the shining glass candle. Her brain shook violently. The white light in front of her blurred and then became clear again. A clear picture was shown. She was falling rapidly from the boundless starry sky. When she reached a height of 10 meters from the ground, she suddenly stopped. She had arrived. Below her was a vast grassland. Yurts were densely packed on the grassland like mushrooms after a rain. Most of the campfires had dimmed, and only a few of them were lit with orange light. "Dick, my baby son, you can really eat?" The voice sounded in her ears. The scene in her field of vision changed again. She suddenly entered a spacious palace with grass curtains. The familiar palace, the familiar voice, the familiar silver-haired woman, the familiar white fat baby. Squeak. The silver-haired baby boy suddenly opened his eyes and met Danny's eyes. Ouch! Someone pushed her shoulder. Danny was startled. She turned around and saw Cora looking at her worriedly. Chapter 51. Your Highness, are you okay? Yura asked with concern. Entering the dragon dream again, Danny was still in the white light. She said angrily, "Yes, I can't see anything now." "See what?" Yura was confused. "What did you see?" Urizen asked anxiously. Danny looked around and asked, "How long has it been?" "You've been staring at the candle for a quarter of an hour." "I'm worried." Urizen pulled Sir Yura away and approached Danny. "I told him not to worry, but he woke you up from your meditation. Mother of Dragons, tell me, did you see something different?" After calming herself down, Danny roughly understood the situation. "I saw the starry sky and the Dothraki Sea in the white light of the candle. Then I felt someone punch me in the shoulder, and I woke up," she said blankly. "I didn't use any force. I just touched her lightly," Yura argued. "Then it was a punch to her." Urizen glared at him and said angrily, "The Mother of Dragons is an extraordinary person. She can see through the glass candle, through the mountains, the sea, and the grassland. She can see tens of thousands of miles away. She can even see through time, into the future, into other people's brains, and into other people's thoughts and dreams." The corner of Danny's mouth twitched slightly. She deliberately said in a suspicious tone, "Isn't that too exaggerated? I think it's more like an illusion." It's true. In the ancient Valeglia Empire, there were only about 20 Dragon King families. How could they rule such a vast world? They relied on the glass candle. Through it, their wizards could communicate across half the world. Urizen said seriously, "If they could see the future, why did the Valeglia Dragon King all die out in the cataclysm?" Yura sneered. "Who is she?" Urizen pointed at Danny and asked, "Why did the Targaryens sell all their properties and leave with all their people on the eve of the Great Calamity?" Danny carefully recalled the fairy tale that Viserys had told his ex and said, "It said that the Virgin Danny was a dreamwalker. She received enlightenment in her dreams and didn't see the future through glass candles." The principle is similar. Urizen waved his hand and sighed. The glass candle is just a tool. You can eat with a spoon, and without a spoon, you can still stuff food into your mouth with your hands. What is the fuel for the glass candle? The light it emits is very strange. Danny asked. "It's a solid object made of obsidian. Look carefully, there are no pipes connected to the fuel." Urizen pulled the twisted glass rod out of the stone table and shook it from side to side. No oil dripped from it. Shit, perpetual motion machine? The laws of thermodynamics were broken? A series of question marks flashed through Danny's head. It should be drawing magic power from the world's origin, right? The dragon is back. Zero, who had been silent all this time, smacked his lips and said indifferently, "I'm not ignorant. The glass candle hasn't been lit for more than 100 years. That time was right after the Targaryen wastrels created the dance of the blood dragon. A bunch of lunatics, they broke the cornerstone of their rule. The dance of the blood dragon was the bloodiest and cruelest civil war in the middle of the Targaryen dynasty. The Targaryen siblings fought each other for the right to inherit the Iron Throne. Both sides rode dragons and fought each other for more than 10 years. Almost all the Targaryens and their dragons died in the civil war. Within a few years, the megalosaurus was completely extinct. Danny did not comment on the dance of the blood dragon. She asked the wizard, "Can you see the future through the glass candle?" "No, I'm not talented enough. I can't do anything but let it burn," Urizen said sadly. It was because he knew the upper limit of his talent that he was not so obsessed with the mysterious power. "Then what other magic do you know?" Danny asked again. "Curse." Urizen's voice was cold. The temperature in the air seemed to drop a few degrees when he said the word. "Do you know Katie of the Marraven family?" he asked. "No," Danny said, shaking her head. "Katie? The wife of Magistrate Massos of the western part of the city?" Cora looked at the blue-lipped wizard in horror, his vigilance raised to the maximum. "She's now the laughingstock of Queer City. A few days ago, in the middle of a crowded street, she took off all her clothes like crazy. It's said that the softest Eastern silk can make her feel like she's being cut by a knife or bitten by an insect." "Yes, I put a curse on her," Urizen admitted. "It's just a small punishment. She only needs to take off her clothes and it'll be fine." Katie mocked his wizard robes for being old-fashioned, ugly, and not elegant enough, Zero explained to Danny. How to avoid being hurt by the mysterious power. Danny asked the main purpose of their visit tonight. "Mother of Dragons, what price can you pay?" Urizen smiled like a businessman. "Every time a wizard gains wisdom, he has to pay a huge price." Zero winked at Danny, motioning for her to hand over the gold and silver as promised. "Ago," she ordered the Blood Brotherhood guard. Ago untied a soft leather pouch from his waist. It was as big as a full hot water bottle. It was bulging and heavy. Thud. He put it on the stone table where the glass candles had been placed. Urizen glanced at the pouch and estimated the amount. He smiled with satisfaction. Blood is the most important medium for casting spells. Demons in the shadows are the most powerful means of attack. Blood and shadows. If you pay attention to these two things, you can avoid more than 80% of the spells. I'm not sure about the most powerful wizards, but under normal circumstances, the spells of the mysterious people are not as effective as swords and knives. Warriors' swords and knives are more direct and effective. A wizard can hide in the shadows for a long time and may not hurt a hair of an ordinary person. At the end of the day, witchcraft, magic, and sacrifice are all about the use of wisdom. It's no different from the forging skills of a blacksmith or the weaving skills of a weaver. Hurting people is just an unorthodox method. That's it? Danny was a little dissatisfied. She had paid 200 gold radiance as a consultant. This expert was too stupid, wasn't he? "I've heard that Lalo's sacrifice can give birth to children of shadows and kill people with shadows," she said. "Well?" Urizen hesitated. "I've heard of similar blood witchcraft, but it's only in ancient legends. It's said that people without hundreds of years of magic skills can't perform such witchcraft at all. But how can humans live for hundreds of years? Unless what?" Danny asked quickly. "It's just a rumor," Urizen said reluctantly. He was doubtful and frightened. It's said that the ancient wizards could freeze time. They hid in the immortal hall and could live forever. The legend of the immortals? Zero shook his head and sneered. "Even the immortal hall has been reduced to the hall of dust. How can there be immortals? The so-called immortal legend is just a trick used by the wizards to make people think that they have the power of immortality and fear them. Are you doubting the power of the wizards?" Urizen said coldly. "No, don't misunderstand." Zero waved his hand quickly and said respectfully, "I'm here now, and I've brought the most distinguished guest here. This has proved my respect for the wizards. But the immortals? Urizen, as a wizard, have you ever seen them?" Urizen lowered his eyes and murmured, "Only the great wizard Haya. None of the people who entered the Hall of Dust came back. Except for Haya, no one can prove the existence of the immortals." Zero shook his head. "Except for the immortals and the legends, are there any other wizards who can live for hundreds of years?" Danny returned to the previous topic. "No," Urizen said with certainty. "The power of magic has been cut off for more than a century. It's only been restored recently. If there's someone who can live forever when magic is exhausted, then he must be a god." That made sense, But what was going on with Melisandre? It seemed that this guy who was paid to answer questions was a wizard with 2 swords. What's a god? Danny asked again. A god is a god. What else can it be? Urizen was stunned. Danny rolled her eyes. She was completely disappointed in him. Urizen's wisdom was far from being able to answer her doubts about the world. Thank you for your hospitality, Mr. Wizard. It's getting late. We won't disturb your rest. Danny said to the wizard and asked Yura and the others to leave. It was late at night. Under the yellow lantern, the street was particularly quiet and peaceful. Except for the clatter of the horses' hooves and the rumbling of the wheels, there was only the vague noise from the night market in the distance. Leaving the high-end residential area in the west of the city, tall wooden and stone buildings with closed doors and windows gradually rose on both sides of the street. They were close to each other like lovers, and the space was getting darker and darker. The moon was like a naughty child, following them all the way. From time to time, it peeked through the gaps of the chimneys to peek at the carriages in the hazy night. Hey, what's that? Suddenly, Ricardo, who was in front of them, pulled out his curved sword and pointed to the alley on the left side that was soaked in the thick darkness of the night. Danny peeked her head out and exclaimed, "That's a turtle? A turtle that can shine and fly? Is it a turtle demon?" A turtle the size of a rice cooker was floating 2 meters above the ground. Its whole body seemed to be emitting an illusory dark blue light. It was running through the dark alley as fast as a galloping horse. It was very conspicuous and strange. Don't be surprised. It's a phantom turtle, a wizard's pet. Like Raven, it's used for communication. Zero got up and glanced at it. Then he lay back down with a calm expression. Danny craned her neck and waited for the phantom turtle to pass through a stone wall as if it was nothing. Then she said in disbelief, "Pet? It doesn't have wings. How can it fly? And it can pass through walls." Zero shrugged and said indifferently, "A spirit summoned by witchcraft? I don't really understand. Because of the magic tide, the wizards have begun to recover their legendary powers. Recently, people often see phantom turtles passing messages between the windowless houses on Wizard Avenue. It's not strange anymore." The next street was Wizard Avenue. Not every wizard could afford to live in a big house like Urizen. Sigh, I grew up listening to stories about phantom turtles. I didn't expect to see one day. Don't exaggerate. Danny didn't know what to say. How far can a phantom turtle run? Can it go to the Westeros? Chola asked curiously. As a native of a fantasy world, although he had been taught by scholars who had no gods and no magic, he easily accepted these magic things after seeing it with his own eyes. It can only send messages over short distances. Otherwise, why would the wizards keep Raven? Chapter 52. After meeting Urizen, Danny was even more determined to leave immediately. There might be wizards in other places, but Queers was the home of the wizards. Damn it, there was a street full of wizards, Wizard Avenue. This place is too creepy. Let's go to a non-magic city where there are only swords and spears. Zero was very upset about this. He took Danny to Urizen's house to see magic, mainly to let her keep her last hope she could wait for the wizards to come and ask for their help. Just as the centaurs began to equip the camel brigade with supplies, the great wizard Haya, who had not been seen for a long time, found Danny. In fact, he had been waiting for her, waiting for Danny to come to him and ask for help, because he knew that the royal family and the big merchants would not help her sincerely. The little girl who longed for the throne of the 7 kingdoms would definitely put her last hope on the wizards with mysterious powers after being rejected everywhere. Haya waited and waited, and finally, the news that Danny was ready to leave Queers turned the fishing table into a hot iron chopping board. He could not sit still. Mother of Dragons, don't you want to learn the spells of the ancient Valeglia? Haya handed a thin handbook to Danny. This is some notes of the ancient wizards on the spell language of Valeglia. Sir Yura took the book before Danny could. He glanced at the blue-beaked wizard expressionlessly and lowered his head to read. After a while, he did not feel the curse, and saw that the pages were indeed describing the analysis of the ancient spells in the language of Valeglia. Only then did he pass the book to Danny. Well, spells and the common language of civilization were 2 different systems. The writing, pronunciation, and expression were completely different. Haya did not mind Yora's vigilance at all. He smiled and explained, "Calixi, you have been to the royal family's Hall of Thousand Seats, and have been a guest in the House of the 13 Giants, but you have never visited the Hall of Immortality of the Wizards. Here, I solemnly extend you an invitation. I promise that I will introduce you to the great immortals, who will bring you endless wisdom and the eternal truth of the world." "But I've heard that many male wizards have never seen an immortal before," Danny said doubtfully. "Haha, many officials will never have the chance to meet the king in their entire lives. Can they deny the existence of the king?" Haya laughed proudly. It made sense, but I didn't dare to go there anymore. "Is it true that the Hall of Immortality can allow undying beings to live forever?" she asked again. This time, Kai remained silent for a long while before solemnly replying. "The Hall of Immortality had taken a portion of the River of Time. It can freeze time and see the future. This is a legend that not even I can confirm. I don't want to lie to you. In front of an immortal, even a great wizard is insignificant." "I'm very grateful for your invitation, Lord Wizard, but—" Danny's face was filled with sincerity and regret. "The wisdom of mysticism can't help me restore my country. I have the naive fantasies of a little girl when it comes to magic, but as a Targaryen, Westeros are the reality. Going to the Hall of Immortality to meet an immortal won't take long." Haya's face seemed to be frozen with a layer of frost. "Ha ha ha, Lord Wizard, you should go back first. I'll bring Calixi to the Hall of Immortality in a few days." The merchant Zero came over to smooth things over. Haya looked at him deeply and bowed to Danny, saying, "I look forward to your arrival." She turned and left after saying that. "You want me to go to the Hall of Immortality?" Danny glanced at the merchant and said calmly, "You said before, the house of a wizard, bones and lies." "Ah, you misunderstood me." The white fatty waved his hand and said with a smile, "What I meant was, we'll leave Queers tomorrow and go to the Jade Sea. We'll sail around the Jade Sea and forget about the wizard and his broken house." "You're not afraid of the wizard's sorcery?" Danny asked suspiciously. "If sorcery is so invincible, the wizards will be the ones to rule the world." Zero's eyes flashed as he said in a deep voice, "I'll leave, but not to the Jade Sea with you." Danny refused. "Think about it again. Maybe you'll change your mind." Zero looked at her deeply and left with his servant. "Ah, sir, sell all the gifts the visitors gave me. We really should leave." Danny sighed and said to Yora, "Yes, Your Highness." Yora also left. The maids were playing in the fountain outside the house. Danny was alone in the empty hall, sitting on the soft couch and thinking. "You should go to the Hall of Immortality." A female voice suddenly appeared in her ears. "Who is she?" Danny turned her head and saw Kue, she wearing a wooden mask standing by the window. "Oh my God, when did you come? Why didn't anyone tell me? Where's Doria? Where's Chi-Chi?" Danny looked left and right. There were no maids, but the sound of their laughter came from outside the house. "Danny, Liz, you should go to the Hall of Immortality." Kueishi continued as if nothing had happened. "You're a special person. You'll see a prophecy that will change your fate there. Didn't you realize that you said something wrong?" Danny's mouth twitched. "I've already changed my fate. Is the prophecy still a prophecy? You don't know the prophecy, so you can't change your fate. If fate is fixed, why should we pursue the secrets of the prophecy?" Kueishi said calmly. "Well, that made sense." "Just tell me the prophecy," Danny said shamelessly. "Okay." Kueishi agreed. "You rejected Haya, rejected Zero, and left Queers with your Khalasar. Then a group of mercenaries chased after you. You defeated the enemy, but you suffered heavy casualties." Are you sure this is a prophecy?" "This is a prophecy that doesn't require magic," Kueishi said. "A prophecy that doesn't require magic? Is that a wild guess?" Danny was prepared for the worst, but she was not worried. The Red Wasteland was right next to Queers, and she had a dragon. However, she did not want her Khalasar to suffer heavy losses. She asked, "Can I avoid your prophecy if I go to the Hall of Immortality?" "I don't know." Kueishi said something that almost made her vomit blood. "Didn't you just say that I can change the future after seeing the prophecy? You can only change your own decision. You can't change human nature and people's hearts. Danny nodded thoughtfully. She said seriously, how can I guarantee my safety in the Hall of Immortality? Bring a dragon with you. When a dragon is by your side, no magician can hurt you with witchcraft, Kueishi said with a complicated tone. Danny's eyes lit up. Yes, because there was a dragon, there was magic in the world. Anything? Including you? She asked. I never meant you harm, Danny, Kueishi said faintly. Calixi, who are you talking to? Jichi walked into the hall with a basket of washed melons, looking left and right with a puzzled expression. Shit, where did you go? Danny was only attracted by the maid at the door for a moment. When she looked back, the woman with the wooden mask was gone. Did you see Kueishi? She left the couch and stuck her head out of the window. She only saw a few centaurs under the shade of the trees. Kueishi? When did she come? Jichi was confused. I was talking to her just now. Did you hear her voice? Danny turned around and asked solemnly. The centaur girl shook her head. No, I only heard your voice. You seem to be talking to yourself. Then I asked you who you were talking to. This? Danny shivered in the hot afternoon. Tell Sir Yura to send a message to the Great Wizard. Tomorrow morning, we will go to the Hall of Immortality. The Hall of Immortality was a building with black roof and gray walls. The main hall was long and low. There were no towers or windows. It looked like a huge stone snake coiled in the dark forest. Looking closer, many of the roofs had collapsed. The tiles were broken and the stone walls were covered with mottled gray paint. No wonder Zero always called it the Hall of Dust. This was indeed a hall that was about to turn into dust. This is the Forest of Shadows. Haya pointed to the surrounding black-skinned and blue-leafed woods and introduced, the magic drink that we wizards often drink, the Night Shadow Water, is made from these leaves. I'll send you a few barrels later. I promise you'll love it. Danny glanced at his blue lips and complained in her heart. If it was red, then the water of shadows could replace lipstick and become the lady's favorite. Blue lips were too ugly. She did not want to become one. The Forest of Shadows was located between a few streets. The streets were bustling with noise while the Black Forest was dark and silent. The streets were sunny, but the heat was unbearable. The light in the forest was dim and the cold wind was blowing. Blood of my blood. Jogo glanced at Haya and advised in Dothraki, this is an evil place. Ghosts and witches appear here. It has sucked away the bright morning sun. Leave before it sucks away our souls. Yura also frowned and advised, this is clearly a ruin. There is nothing to see. I think they said very wise words. Zero was a little worried about Haya and spoke carefully. Since I am already here, I will not back down, Danny said firmly. The great wizard Haya smiled faintly. You are a brave child. Come, take my hand and let me lead the way for you. Danny held his hand and shook her head. I want to be a simple and happy child, but I am not. Ago took her other hand and said solemnly, we are blood of your blood. We swear to live and die with you. We will fight side by side and protect you from danger. Since you want to go in, please let us accompany you into this dark place. I will go too, Sir Yura said quickly. The queen must go in alone, Haya said sternly. Where do you think this is? How can the immortal hall be opened for mortals? What you said before wasn't wrong. Many people entered the immortal palace, but only a few came out. If you were not the servants of the Mother of Dragons, I would not have advised you at all. Your lives mean nothing to me. Danny glanced at the male wizard with a condemning gaze. She turned to Yura and the blood guards and said softly, don't worry, I will be fine. Trust me. As she spoke, she secretly pointed at Blackie. The black dragon would enter the immortal hall with her. Chapter 53. Blackie was now bigger than a police dog. It weighed 40 pounds and had to eat 2 big fat lambs every day. Danny could only make a big basket for it. It was a bit like the round-framed bamboo baskets used to cut pigweed in the countryside, but it was not so deep. Otherwise, it would not be easy to get out after it was stuffed in, and it would make Blackie very uncomfortable. The black dragon's 2 legs and half of its body squatted in the basket. Its wide wings hung outside and covered the bamboo basket. Its long neck rubbed against Danny's left and right shoulders. Its body squatted in the basket and could move freely. "Your Majesty, I can only send you here." After walking through a fork, Haya stopped. They came to an oval-shaped wooden door. The wooden door was embedded in a wall in the shape of a human face. It was a big mouth of a human face statue. Danny felt like she was the prey sacrificed to this monster with a big mouth. Sorcerers seemed to be particularly fond of raising dwarfs. There was a dwarf standing in front of the round-beaked door. The dwarf was dressed in luxurious purple and blue clothing, and its pink little hand held a silver tray. On the tray was a slender crystal cup filled with thick blue liquid. Danny never thought that there would be such a delicate person. He was more than 20 centimeters tall. Even if he was wearing flat leather sandals, he was not as tall as her knees. It was difficult for anyone with a deformed body to be handsome. His palm-sized face was wrinkled and squeezed into a ball, like a bun with wrinkles. Compared to his small face, his nose was surprisingly high. It seemed that his inferiority in height was compensated by his tall nose. "Give the Mother of Dragons the Spring of Wisdom," Haya ordered. The dwarf walked a few steps quickly and came to Danny. He held the tray high above his head. Danny bent down and picked up the crystal cup with 2 fingers. She looked at the sky and said, "This is the night shadow water? Drink." The wizard nodded and extended his hand to invite her. "Will my lips turn blue?" She hesitated. "This cup is only to help you gain the perspective of a wizard. You will hear the truth of the world and see the ancient wisdom," Haya said softly and slowly. There was an indescribable pride in her expression. Danny raised the crystal cup to her lips and tried to lick it. She almost died of disgust. It was as if she had taken a bite of rotten, sick pig meat covered in feces. All the unpleasant and disgusting tastes in her life exploded in her taste buds. Danny almost couldn't bear it and fainted. But in the next moment, the blue liquid seemed to have suddenly become alive. It drilled from her throat to all parts of her chest. Her heart felt as if it was wrapped in a ball of fire. It was so hot that it made her moan in comfort. "How great would it be if I could feel this comfortable every time I roasted myself over the fire," she thought to herself. Then, all the disgusting taste from before disappeared. The tip of his tongue exploded with the wonderful feeling of eating cotton candy, sugar-coated Haws, KFC, and other foods for the first time. At that moment, all of Danny's wonderful tastes from the first half of her life appeared in her mouth one after another. She lost herself in them, trying to hold on to them, and then the cup was empty. Danny smacked her lips. She was very hesitant in her heart. She wanted the dwarf to pour her another cup, but she was also afraid that she had ingested some magical drugs from the other world. And her ugly blue lips? Haya nimbly took the empty cup from her hand and quickly said, "Pay attention. What I'm saying now is related to whether you can safely come out of the immortal palace." "Okay." Danny immediately threw away all distracting thoughts and listened attentively. "This door can only be entered but not exited. Unless you see an immortal, you won't be able to return even if you retreat. I'll remember it. After you enter, you will find that there are 4 doors in the room. Other than the entrance, there are 3 other doors. Please go to the right. Always choose the first door on the right. If you see a staircase, climb up. Never go down. Also, never take any other door other than the first one on the right." "There are stairs? This room is very short?" Danny was confused. Haya said seriously, "You'll understand after you enter. Remember my words. The immortal palace goes in the same direction. The way forward is the way back. Always go up. Always take the first door on the right. The other doors may open automatically. You will see many strange scenes, but don't let your thoughts be disturbed. Some of those scenes are beautiful. Some are what you look forward to the most. Some are what you fear the most. As long as it's not the first door, don't go in." "Can I watch?" Danny asked. "As long as you don't enter the room, you can do whatever you want." Haya sighed and said with a complicated expression, "The images you see, the sounds you hear, they either exist in the past, or have yet to come, or will never happen. At that moment, the river of time you are in will be disturbed." "I understand. Keep going up. The first door on the right." Danny nodded seriously. "Is there anything else?" "When you finally enter the immortal's room, please be patient. Don't be impatient. We have a different concept of time from the immortal. All you need to do is listen carefully and remember every word. Haya finally warned. I'll remember. I'll definitely maintain the highest respect for the great immortal. Danny promised. Then you can go in. Danny nodded and stepped out. She came to a gray stone hall. It was square, about 40 square meters. There was a door on each of the 4 walls. She remembered Haya's teachings. She should enter the door on the right. However, due to her strong curiosity about the immortal palace, she didn't act immediately. Instead, she stood in the center of the hall and looked at the other 3 doors for a while. She was disappointed. It was dark. She couldn't see anything. So, she pushed open the door on the right with the dragon on her back and came to another stone room. It was exactly the same as the first room. When she entered the square stone room with 4 doors for the 3rd time, Danny couldn't help but wonder if she had entered a maze. However, her mind was firm. She pushed open the door of the 4th room. This time, it was different. It was an oval-shaped wooden house. There were obvious signs of insect damage on the wooden walls. There were a total of 6 doors. Danny pushed open the first wooden door on the right. She entered. It was no longer a room, but a dark corridor. The ceiling was very high. There were torches on the right wall. Danny put her hand into the orange flames. She felt a burning pain. It's a real torch, not an illusion. She murmured. Hiss. Blackie hissed in her ear. She came back to her senses and continued to move forward. The long hallway was carpeted with moldy rugs, and the gold stripes of the fabric gleamed in the dim torchlight. It seemed to tell Danny that time was cruel. It had once been so precious, and now it was so broken. It's strange. All the doors are on the left. Danny walked for dozens of meters, but she still didn't see any door on the right wall. However, she was not anxious. Even if there was no door on the right wall of the corridor, the last door on the left wall was the first door on the right. She just had to walk to the end of the corridor. Bang! Bang! Hiss! Hissed. The carpet under her feet absorbed the sound of Danny's footsteps. However, strange sounds came from behind the wooden door on the left from time to time. There was the sound of hitting the wooden door, the rapid whisper of a mouse scratching the wood, the faint sound of a human talking, and the sound of a musical instrument. But when the moans of a man and a woman came from the wooden door next to her, Danny couldn't hold it anymore. As long as I don't enter the door, I can do anything, she said to herself. Then with a bang, she took 2 steps back and made a running posture. Dahe used its tail to smash the wooden door into pieces of rotten wood. No terrifying monsters rushed out. A warm and soft yellow curtain of light splashed from inside onto the gray-green carpet. Dahe is great. Danny was not stingy with her praise. Even if there was a curse, Dahe was resistant. He was a megalosaurus and was naturally immune to magic. His Dahe rubbed against her neck intimately. Danny patted him on the head and peeked into the house. Yes, it was a restricted scene. A tall and voluptuous blonde beauty lay naked on the ground with her limbs spread out. A 7-pointed star flag covered her face, and 4 little people covered her body. They were the same as the dwarf who offered Danny the water of night shadow. They were short, had small pink hands, and a sharp and long nose. They looked like a wretched mouse. The 4 dwarves didn't notice Danny at all. They were focused on violating the woman. What the hell is this? Danny was only endlessly confused. She wasn't embarrassed at all. She tilted her head and looked for the details for a long time, but she still couldn't find anything. Dahe Dragon Dream. In an instant, Danny switched to the Black Dragon's perspective. The woman's body suddenly fell into the endless abyss. She also fell down without any support. Then, a brilliant light surged from the bottom. Danny found herself floating in the sky above an unfamiliar continent. It was a long continent. She could see the scenery on the ground clearly, but she could see the entire continent. Shouts, cries, clashing sounds of swords, and proud laughter all reached Danny's ears from the continent below. Suddenly, she had a flash of inspiration and recalled a scene. It was in White Cloud City. She and Cora were talking about Cora's story on the tower at the city gate. In order to let Danny understand better, Cora used a stone to draw a map of the Westeros on the balcony. Bear Island, Northern Territory, Timon Bay, Lannister Harbor, Old Town, Dorne, King's Landing, Bravos on the other side of the strait. This is the Westeros. The unfamiliar continent below matched Cora's sloppy drawing. Dany gradually understood the true meaning of the scene just now. The beauty represents the Westeros. The seven-pointed star on her face. The Church of the Seven Gods. The teachings of the Church of the Seven Gods are ignored. For ugly fellows are recklessly tormenting the Seven Kingdoms. Who do the four dwarves represent? Her understanding of the Seven Kingdoms came from the TV series. However, her real-life experience told her that the plot could be used as a reference, but she couldn't believe it completely. Forget it. I'll go back and ask Cora. Dany left the dragon spirit state. The room returned to the 5P scene from before. Bang! After knowing that the scene in the room had a special meaning, Dany's interest in the immortal palace increased greatly. She took a few steps forward, and a door was opened by Dahe. Shit! She was shocked. Chapter 54. It was a spacious hall that seemed to be holding a feast. First, it was a feast of celebration. Then it turned into a feast of corpses. There was no living person in the room. It seemed that the people at the feast had been brutally slaughtered. Corpses were sprawled on toppled chairs and broken high tables. Blood had solidified into black puddles on the table and floor. Someone's limbs had been chopped off. On the black oak table, ownerless hands were clutching bloody cups, wooden spoons, roast duck, and bread. Someone had lost his head. His body was slanted to one side, and his head rolled on the ground like a rubber ball. There was a wooden throne at the end of the hall, and on it sat a horrible wolf-headed corpse. It wore an iron crown, and on the oak table in front of it were slices of bread, plates, wine cups, wine jugs, knives and forks, candlesticks. Strangely, it was holding a leg of lamb in its right hand, like a king holding a scepter. What was creepy was that unlike the dwarf who ignored her, the werewolf's eyes followed Dany closely. Its expression was complicated, as if it was silently complaining. The blood wedding. Dany instantly understood what this scene meant. Dany was very excited. For the first time, she was sure that she saw the future. The blood wedding would take place in a year or two, and she could see the ending now. "Serves you right," she shouted at Robb, then turned and walked to the next room. What Dany did not know was that early the next morning, Robb Stark, who had just completed the great victory in the Forest of Ravings, was awakened by a nightmare. "Mother, I dreamed of someone last night," he said to Catelyn with a puzzled expression during breakfast. Her son had just captured Jaime Lannister, so the Duchess was in a good mood. She asked softly, "Who did you dream of?" "A strange girl." "Strange?" She was wearing a very beautiful strange dress, Chong Sam, and carrying a bamboo basket. There was a black dragon in the basket, the young wolf master said, puzzled. "Dragons have gone extinct more than 100 years ago," Catelyn said. "That woman was not much older than me. She had silver hair and violet eyes. She looked like a—" Robb himself was very uncertain. "Targaryen. A Targaryen girl of this age does exist. The Mad King's daughter, Dany Lys Targaryen, was said to have married the Dothraki Horse King a year ago. Did you see her face clearly? What did she look like?" "Beautiful. More beautiful than Sansa. More delicate than Cersei Lannister. More lively," he said. "Then it really could be her. Every member of the Targaryen family is extremely beautiful." Catelyn nodded and asked, "Why did you dream of her? Could it be?" "That's not right. Even if you're old and start to have feelings for girls, you've never seen her before." "I don't know, but the dream last night made me feel like I was in the 7th level of hell." Robb's eyes flashed, and he said thoughtfully, "If I defeat Lannister, and Theon Baela does not allow the North and Hodgin lands to become independent after all, the two combined make up more than half of the Westeros. I might fight Theon Baela again, and if I win again, if Aunt Lisa of the Arryn Vale sends troops to help me, she fears Lannister the most, but not Theon Baela, so it's very likely. With the help of the vassals of the North, Hodgin lands, and the Arryn Vale, you defeat Theon Baela. Then you take the Iron Throne and eventually replace the dead Robert. You will become Dany Lys Targaryen's greatest enemy." Catelyn followed her son's train of thought. If she really has a dragon or something similar to a dragon, such as 100,000 roaring Dothraki warriors, you are probably no match for her. And she is the Mad King's daughter, so it's not surprising that she inherited his mad genes. To be defeated by such a mad and vengeful Targaryen, you are finished, and so is the North. Such an ending is worse than going to the 7th level of hell. Did she say anything to you? Caitlin became nervous. You deserve it, she said to me coldly. You deserve it. Rob's face turned pale. That must be it, Caitlin exclaimed. It must be your recently deceased father who gave you a hint through the dream, warning you to be careful of the last Targaryen princess. Rob, do you want the Iron Throne? She looked into her son's eyes and asked nervously. I only want to avenge my father, and then make the North independent, Rob said immediately. But your dream, your future, Caitlin said worriedly. Sigh, I really don't want to rule the world, and I have no desire for the Iron Throne of the King's Landing. Why? Why do you have to force me? I don't want to be the king of the 7 kingdoms. Rob cried sadly. Time returned to the present, and Dany returned. When Blackie used his tail to open the 3rd door, Dany saw a scene that was both familiar and unfamiliar. It was a house with a red door, and lifelike animal faces were carved on the huge wooden beams. There was a lemon tree outside the window. That was Dany's home in Bravos before she was 5 years old. The night before Dany Alice was born, the dynasty had changed from Targaryen to Theonbyra. Only Dragonstone Island, which was located overseas, was still occupied by the Targaryen fleet. But on the night Dany Alice was born, not only did her mother, Queen Rhaera, die in childbirth, but a terrible storm appeared in the waters near Dragonstone Island. The warships anchored in the bay were not defeated by the enemy, but were destroyed in the storm. That was why Dany was called the Stormborn. The queen's death caused the Targaryen regime to collapse, and Viserys was only a child left. The storm destroyed all the warships that supported the Targaryen dynasty and made Dragonstone Island unsafe. Fortunately, not only did the storm destroy their own fleet, but Theonbyra's warships that were besieging Dragonstone Island were also destroyed, giving them a chance to escape. While the acting castellan of Dragonstone Island was hesitating whether to sacrifice the 2 children of the Targaryen family to the rebels, Sir William Darry and his 4 men brought Viserys and Dany Alice safely to Bravos. Sir William was the royal instructor, an old man with white hair and half-blind eyes. Under his care, little Dany had the happiest 5 years of her childhood. Then the old knight died, and Dany and Viserys were tricked by the servants into leaving the house, and began a life of wandering for hundreds of thousands of miles. In Dany Alice memories, the house with the red door became the most beautiful place, and she could not forget it for a long time. At this moment, the scene in the depths of her memory reappeared before her eyes, and even the old Sir William walked out with heavy steps, leaning on his crutch. Little princess, you're back. His voice was hoarse and affectionate. Come to me, my lady. You're home, and you're safe. His wrinkled hand reached out to her, soft as old leather. This illusion is too real. Dany clicked her tongue as she looked around. Come here, my little princess. What are you talking about? What illusion? The old man was still beckoning her. They can even talk to each other? This seems to have entered the uncanny stage. Dany was frightened and turned to run. The corridor stretched on, endless doors on the left and torches on the right. Dany ran past countless doors. Some were closed, some were open, some were wooden, some were iron. Some were intricately carved, some were plain. Some had handles, some had locks. At least they were still doors, until she caught a glimpse of a door that could barely be considered a door. Dany came to an abrupt halt. It was a simple cowhide curtain. She had a strong impulse, as if the main purpose of entering the imperishable hall was not to find the immortals, but to enter this door. Blackie's tail was like a hook, and it lifted the curtain. Then Dany saw a boundless grassland, the Dothraki Sea. A river meandered through the grassland, and a tall white horse carried 2 children along the river. The horse's back was facing Dany, and she could not see the horse's head or the faces on the saddle. She could only vaguely see the child in front lying on the horse's neck, and the little girl in the back, with silver hair and a painted vest, was crying non-stop, her cries weak and full of pain. It was not until the horse had gone further and completely disappeared from Danny's sight that she came back to her senses. Is this in the past? Danny, Liz, and Viserys? They didn't when they were young. That girl was wearing a painted Dothraki vest. She was puzzled. Subconsciously, she felt that this was important, but she could not guess what it meant. Screeched Blackie put down the cowhide curtain and screeched, reminding Danny to continue moving forward. So she memorized what she had just seen and walked to the next room. A pair of huge bronze doors opened automatically as Danny walked over. Behind the doors was a magnificent stone hall, and on the high walls on both sides hung the heads of many dead dragons, looking down coldly. Right in front, an old man in fine clothes sat on a tall and thorny throne. His eyes were dim, and his hair was silver. "Let me be the charred bones and roasted flesh of the King's Landing," he said to a man below. "Let me be the King of Ashes." The King's Landing, the Red Keep, the Iron Throne, the Mad King heiress? Danny suddenly understood. So she stopped and continued to watch. "Your Majesty, have you really made your decision?" The man below the throne in a fire warlock's robe looked fervent. "I am the true dragon. I will be reborn in the fire." The Mad King on the Iron Throne waved his arms excitedly. "Immediately bury the wildfire everywhere in the King's Landing. Don't miss a single spot. I will be crowned king again in the ashes and bones." Oh my God, this madman. Hearing the Mad King and the Fire Warlock Prime Minister discussing how to burn 500,000 people in the King's Landing to death, Danny felt a chill run down her spine, and goosebumps appeared on her bare arms. Leaving the bronze door, Danny encountered another door that opened automatically because of her arrival. Inside the gorgeous wooden door with red copper nails was a bedroom. The prince, who looked almost exactly like Viserys, said to the woman who was breastfeeding a newborn baby on the big wooden bed, "Let's call him Aegon." Isn't this the best name for a king? Danny immediately understood. She once again saw the scene that had happened in the Red Keep. Prince Liga and Princess Elia were husband and wife. The newborn in the crown princess' arms, Aegon, was the little prince who had been smashed to death against the wall like a cantaloupe. Princess Elia asked her husband, "Will you write a song for him?" "He already has a song," Liga said solemnly. "He is the prince in the prophecy. His song is the song of ice and fire." He looked up as he spoke, and his gaze met Danny's. It was as if time and space had shifted, and the two of them had arrived at the same time. "There's one more," he said. Danny felt her blood run cold. She felt that this cheap brother was talking to her. Dragons have 3 heads. There's one more. Motherfuck. Danny's little face was pale. She cursed and turned to run. She was completely sure that Liga, who had been dead for 15 years, was talking to her. He told her that 3 dragons needed 3 riders. Other than herself and Aegon, there was another, Targaryen? But Aegon had died a long time ago, and she was the only one left of the Targaryen family. Oh, and the male lead, Jon Snow, was also a Targaryen. Chapter 55. When Danny was about to open the next wooden door, Dahe stretched out his snake-like neck and screamed. Smoke rose from between his teeth. She understood that he was urging her not to enter the dragon spirit state. "What's wrong?" She turned her head and asked him. But as soon as she turned her head, Danny was shocked to find that the torches behind her were extinguished one by one. The long corridor was like a noodle being sucked into the mouth of a monster in the dark. Shit. After cursing, Danny broke into a run. After running for more than an hour, she finally came to the end of the corridor. In front of her was not a wall, but a dark, bottomless abyss. There was no door on the right wall, so Danny could only enter the last door on the left wall. Just as she was about to step out, she suddenly froze. Is my physical strength so good that I can run at high speed for hours while carrying a dragon? Impossible. Even a marathon runner couldn't run at full speed for half an hour, let alone dozens of kilograms. Was it the power of magic? Or was she trapped in an illusion all the time? But Dahe behind her was real, and the dragon spirit didn't see anything unusual. Danny was confused. Dong, dong, dong. Suddenly, heavy footsteps came from the depths of the dark corridor where the torches were extinguished. It seemed that something was dragging along the faded carpet slowly. Hissed Dahe urged her to move quickly again. With a sigh, she entered the last door. After that, there was a series of square stone rooms with 4 doors. She went to the right this time. Danny finally felt tired. She was physically and mentally exhausted, and she felt dizzy. 4 square stone room, 4 square stone room, 4 square stone room. Right, right, right. No matter who it was, if they kept repeating the same scene and the same action, they would be dazzled and exhausted. Just as Danny decided to sit down in the next stone room to recover her strength, she came to a damp stone room. There was an oval door on the opposite side, shaped like an open mouth. The great wizard Haya was standing on the grass under the shade of a tree outside the door. Finished talking with the immortal so soon? He saw her and asked in disbelief. Nonsense, I didn't even see him. Danny gasped. You must have gone the wrong way. Forget it. I'll lead the way for you. As he spoke, he stepped into the stone room and extended his right hand towards Danny. Danny took a step back and asked strangely, What are you? Almost exactly the same. I'm Kaya Pooley. Are you confused? His blue lips parted, a look of confusion on his face. It's probably getting dark outside. I'm not in the mood to talk nonsense with a demon like you. Danny entered the dragon dream state to rest for a few minutes before walking towards the door on the right. No, Haya screamed. No, come here. Come to me. Come to me. Inside and outside. His face had caved in, and his cracked skin was crawling with fat, pale maggots. This time, the room changed again. Danny came to a stairwell that was so high that the ceiling could not be seen. Once again, she began to wonder if she was under an illusion. The immortal palace didn't even have a tower, and the houses were especially short. So where did the stairwell come from? But now that she had entered the immortal palace, she could only move forward. She couldn't ask Kaya, and she couldn't retreat either. So she climbed and climbed, and when her back and legs were sore, she entered the dragon spirit to rest for a while. After some time, Danny finally came to a corridor. On the right, there was a row of wide wooden doors that were half open. The wooden doors were made of ebony and weirwood. The black and white veins twisted and spiraled, forming a strange vortex pattern. It had a strange sense of beauty, but after looking at it for a long time, one would feel that it had a cruel and evil aura. Danny suddenly woke up from her daze. A few scenes from American dramas flashed in her mind. Wasn't this reverse spiral pattern a magic symbol made by the deviant ghosts? Could it be the runes used by the mystics? She gently touched the engravings of the veins and thought. Behind the door was a hall, and there was a group of sorcerers in luxurious clothes. Some of them wore luxurious robes made of white sable, ruby red velvet, and gold cloth. Some wore exquisite armor inlaid with gems. Some wore tall pointed hats studded with stars. There were also female sorcerers among them, and their clothes were even more luxurious. Beams of sunlight slanted into the stained glass windows, and the most beautiful music in the world played in the hall. Even the air seemed to be lively because of it. A man in a luxurious robe who looked like a king stood up and smiled at Danny. Danny, Rise of the Targaryen family. Welcome, welcome. Please come to the Feast of Eternity. We are the immortals of Queers. We have been waiting for you for a long time, said the woman beside him. She wore rose-red and silver clothes, and according to Queers' customs, her exposed breasts were flawless. The king of sorcerers said, We knew you would come. We have known since 1,000 years ago, and we have been waiting until now. The comet is the guide we sent. A warrior in shining emerald armor said, We will share our knowledge with you and teach you how to use magical weapons. Come quickly. You have passed all the tests. You only need to feast with us, and all your questions will be answered. A handsome young man smiled. Do you want me to teach you the mysterious ancient Valeglia spells? Come quickly. Danny ignored them. After entering the door made of ebony and weirwood, she looked around and finally found a small door behind the wooden door. It was to her right. The tall wooden door completely blocked it. Most people would not be able to find it and would eventually fall for it. After finding the small door, Danny calmly turned around and looked at the room of sorcerers in luxurious robes. All right, teach me the spells. Come here. I will teach you. The handsome male sorcerer from before waved his hand. Sigh, please paint your mouths blue and make your skin paler. Then you can pretend to be an immortal, Danny said as she pushed the small door open and walked in without looking back. It was a narrow room with dim light and cramped space, but there was no door in the four walls. Although she was surprised, Danny guessed that she had probably arrived at her final destination. She cast her gaze at the long stone table in the room. It almost took up the entire space, and there were illusory blue figures surrounding the table. In the middle of the table, a human heart floated in the air. It was rotten and swollen, bruised, but it was still beating. With every beat, it made a deep trill and scattered a wave of dark blue light. I am Danny Liz of the Targaryen family. Are you immortals? Danny asked the figure. In her mind, she was complaining that these fellows were so rotten that only their souls were left, and they still had the nerve to call themselves immortals. Perhaps the journey ahead had trained her courage, but Danny did not feel a trace of fear when meeting with a group of ghosts in a haunted house. At first, the figure did not move, did not speak, and did not turn to look at the intruder. But just as Danny finished speaking, a voice sounded intermittently in the room. Mother of dragons, daughter of death, mother of dragons, killer of lies, mother of dragons, bride of flames. It sounded like a whisper, but it also sounded like a groan. A series of echoes appeared in the darkness. Mother of dragons. There were male, female, elderly, and children's voices. It was as if a group of people were greeting Danny through the slit of hell. The floating heart continued to beat. Sometimes it would emit a faint light. Sometimes it would be dark. The rhythm was slightly faster. It's me. I am the mother of dragons. The scene in the room changed. The originally light blue figure had other colors. Well, it was as if the group of people from before had been printed out in 3D. With the help of the dim blue light from the decaying heart, Danny could clearly see the two people on the outermost side of the long stone table. On the right was an extremely old man. That was all a person could do, even if they were the oldest. His face was full of wrinkles and patches of age spots. He had no hair. His bluish-purple skin was stuck tightly to his head. Even the whites of his eyes were blue. His lips and nails were so dark blue that they were almost black. On the left was an old woman. She was as old as the old man. Her pale silk robe was rotted together with her body. She looked like a dried corpse that had been dug out from a grave. One side of her shrunken chest was still exposed according to the queer's custom. It showed a sharp, dark blue protrusion that was as hard as rawhide. Danny had an epiphany. She was facing a group of dead people. Their physical bodies had been dead for decades, even centuries. That strange heart had preserved their broken souls. Her thoughts seemed to be sensed by the undying. A thin voice said, "We are not dead. We have always been alive, alive, alive. We are waiting. We know everything. What are you waiting for?" Danny was alert and asked, "Waiting for you. We know everything, don't know? Mother of dragons. What do you want from the undying?" The deep voice said, "What can you give me?" Danny asked back, "We know everything. The past, the future, they are all in front of us. We have the wisdom to conquer death." Danny had an epiphany. Queers hoped that she could get a prophecy of the future from the undying. But she had seen the ending of Game of Thrones. What was the value of a prophecy? Unless the ending had changed because of her appearance. But compared to a big watermelon, Danny was more interested in the watermelon planting technology. She was more interested in magic skills. "I want to learn a spell that suits me. I want to learn the dragon-seeking spell of Ancient Valeglia," she said. She wants to learn Ancient Valeglia witchcraft. The deep voice was mocking. Tell her, her. Danny was alarmed. But just as the voice finished, a cloud of indigo rose in the darkness. Then, countless images flashed before her eyes. Chapter 56. 14 pillars of smoke billowed out from the crater of the volcano. The blue sky was also covered by the black smoke, as if there were 14 black clouds that would never dissipate. Surrounded by the 14 volcanic peaks, there was a huge city. There were no walls, and tall buildings were wantonly spread out in all directions. This was a city that only heavenly deities were worthy of owning. Roared, the tall black towers were like the fingers of the gods, piercing straight into the sky. There were 70 to 80 megalosaurus leisurely circling the towering towers. Red dragon, white dragon, gold dragon, green dragon, black dragon, purple dragon. The colorful megalosaurus could fill up all the colors in the world. They were as beautiful as the elves under the command of the gods. Below the clouds, one could see that the city was filled with a layer of scorching dark red light even on a sunny day. That was the lava river that meandered down from the mountainside of the 14 volcanic peaks. Looking carefully, this city was somewhat like the water city of Venice. However, it was not seawater that flowed between the streets and the buildings, but the lava river that glowed and emitted black smoke. The windows of the black stone towers that were integrated into one also had a red light that was the same color as the lava. They seemed to be absorbing the light, heat, and magic power in the lava river. There were no pedestrians on the streets above ground, and there were no residents in the low buildings above ground. In fact, the low altitude was filled with grayish-black smoke, and it was difficult for life to survive in it. Only at the highest level of the Tower of Babel, in the sky garden that was decorated with mythical stone sculptures such as griffins, megalosaurus, gargoyles, and so on, there were silver-haired handsome men and women sitting quietly in the garden, reading books on their knees, participating in lively banquets, reminiscing about the scene, stroking the head of the megalosaurus by the fence, whispering to their companions. They were the Dragon King of ancient Valeglia who lived in the city in the sky. They used dragons to conquer the world, used magic to control the volcanoes, and extracted magic power from the lava. They enjoyed power and wealth that even the gods were jealous of. The Tower of Babel had different uses. There were houses covered with domes, gardens with open ceilings, and wizard towers that flashed with huge blue magic power balls. They were all extremely tall and indestructible. In the center of the Tower of Babel stood a 300-meter-tall Magus Tower. On the plaza on the top floor, a tall old man in luxurious clothes with a dignified face covered the surface of the magic ball with his hands. Countless images flashed through his eyes. On this high tower, he read real-time information from all the major cities in the world. Every day at 5:00 in the afternoon, the wizards stationed all over the world would report to the capital of Valeglia via glass candles about the major events of the day. GSC at this moment, a golden dragon flew over from the other side of the city. A young knight in a silver silk robe nimbly jumped down from the dragon's back and quickly walked to the side of the dignified old man. He bowed respectfully and said, "Your Excellency, Great Wizard, Inar Targaryen is selling his family property." The old man didn't even turn his head. He continued to extract useful information from the magic balls and replied to some of the requests. "All of my belongings? Everything, including the Tower of Babel." It is said that his daughter Dany Targaryen dreamed that Valeglia would be destroyed in the near future. The dragon rider whispered, "The Targaryen family has fallen." The great wizard wasn't angry. He said with a mocking tone, "The city court has declared Inar guilty. His several appeals have ended in failure, and the deadline for the appeal is about to pass. As a loser in the game of power, if he doesn't choose to exile himself, he can only pay the price of blood and life to wash away his folly. I've always thought that he was a brave man. I didn't expect him to be so cowardly and shamelessly use his daughter's sleep talk as a shield. Do you know where he's going?" "Westeros." "Westeros?" The old man frowned for the first time. As the saying goes, the world is infinitely big, but it is still under the shadow of the megalosaurus. But that land in the far west is our Dragon King's. Sigh, it's not considered a forbidden area, but it's not worth it to make an enemy of those ancient gods for such a broken place. We've even sealed Lalo. Are we still afraid of the ancient gods who are about to die?" The young man was puzzled. The old man pondered for a moment and said, "You're the heir of the 5th peak, and you've subdued your own megalosaurus at a young age. You're qualified to know the secrets that only the 14th peak master knows." The old man retracted his thin hands that had been placed on the magic ball and walked slowly to the balcony. Looking at the magnificent city below, he sighed. The people of Valeglia wantonly absorbed the magic power of the ley lines and built the city in the sky. To other races, they're as honorable as gods. But we're not gods after all. For thousands of years, the Wizard Alliance has been working tirelessly, hoping to cultivate our own gods. Not that trashy qualls, but a true god like the ancient gods in Lalo. Unfortunately, Balerion, Vargal, Miracis, even if they're stronger than Blue Lips, they're still not true gods. All things in the world, including the Megalosaurus and the demigods, have life and death. Only the gods are eternal. The old gods that you look down on are indeed decaying, but as long as there are people who remember them, they'll never truly die. But even true gods can't interfere with the mortal world. A group of ancient gods isn't as useful as a dragon. The Fifth Peak's young Dragon King argued, unconvinced. Although he was young, he had been groomed as the next peak master in his family. He was also an apprentice of the Great Wizard, so he knew far more secrets than the marginal nobles like Targaryen. The old man nodded and said, yes, the gods can't directly interfere with the mortal world. Lalo is known as the god of fire, but he can't make a withered leaf burn out of thin air. But the gods don't have to do it directly. They can change the entire world through their believers. Just like me, the Great Wizard of Valeglia's Freedom Fortress. I haven't left the Wizard Tower for 30 years, but the world has always been under my rule. The heavens and earth change color because of my anger. Normal people can't imagine my methods, but we can't look down on the gods' power. Great Wizard, I'm enlightened. The young man was sincere and respectful. In the end, he said, Targaryen didn't directly enter the Westeros. He plans to settle down in Dragonstone Island. That's the fortress on the western border of Valeglia. They can be considered to be guarding the border for the Empire. The old man nodded indifferently. The Great Wizard, who inadvertently glanced at the sky, suddenly changed his expression. He hurried a few steps and came to the front of the blue magic sphere the size of a celestial instrument. His hands covered it again. Who is it? Who dares to peep at Valeglia? Whose child are you? The old man scolded sternly at first, but his expression softened after a while. But he was still a little surprised and doubtful. What happened? The young man asked hurriedly. Someone has been eavesdropping on our conversation. The old man's voice was faint, and his face was full of doubt. Who has the guts? The young man was shocked and angry. It's not an outsider. It's a little dragon king with extraordinary talent. It's just that. The old man was surprised and doubtful. It's just that she doesn't even know the basic spells. She can't communicate with me. Even the great nobles of Valeglia can't peep at the Wizard Tower. Didn't her parents and teachers tell her? The young man said angrily. I sensed the breath of the Bellerus family, the old man said uncertainly. The first peak. Bellerus? The young man's expression changed, and his voice was full of surprise. The old man's magic resonated with the magic sphere of the Wizard Tower. Strange runes flashed in his eyes, and he still had the energy to say, maybe. Go to the first peak later and ask. I gave her a set of 108-letter standard pronunciation table. If you guessed wrong, you can ask her directly the next time you see her. Little girl, your life force is greatly decreasing. What happened? Forget it. You can hear me, right? You're most likely being haunted by evil spirits. Where's your dragon? If your dragon isn't with you, immediately enter the dragon spirit state. The old man shouted to the sky. His voice was anxious, full of worry and anger. Which blood magician is so bold to have designs on the true dragon bloodline of Valeglia? Great Wizard, you said she can achieve the legendary dragon spirit? Compared to someone daring to attack the true dragon bloodline, the dragon spirit shocked him more. Noticing that the consciousness had retreated, and there was still the breath of her dragon, the old man sighed in relief. He then turned to the young man and said, I just said that this little girl is quite talented. But Balerion, Vargal, Dany couldn't hear the rest of the words. Her consciousness had been pulled away from the river of time. When she asked the immortal for knowledge suitable for her, a blue light screen rose in the darkness, and then countless images appeared in front of her. Under the guidance of a mysterious force, Danny saw Valeglia before the end of the world. Just like watching a TV change the channel, she easily adjusted the view to the Wizard Tower, which might not be the tallest, but was definitely the most mysterious. Danny was amazed by the huge magic ball. Later, she saw the Blackstone Tower extracting power from the lava river, saw the old wizard use the magic ball to manage the entire world, and heard about the secrets of the gods for the first time. She truly felt the power and advancement of Valeglia's civilization. But what shocked Danny even more was that the people in the TV image could see the audience on the sofa in front of the TV and could even communicate with the audience. They could even sense the danger that Danny herself didn't notice. Did I see the past, or did my consciousness travel to that point in time? With this thought in mind, Danny entered the dragon spirit state. The soul of the true dragon was with her. She felt the essence of life, essence, and divine aura flowing out like a flood breaking through a dam. She opened her eyes. The immortals who had been standing still all this time had left their seats by the stone table. They surrounded her like a fishing net. Icy blue figures were chanting sharp spells while tearing strands of golden essence of life from her body. This was the Megalosaurus's perspective. Danny opened her eyes. The scenery around her changed once again. It became extremely horrifying. A group of zombie-like blue zombies with bright blue eyes emitted endless greedy light. They crowded around Danny, using their cold and shriveled hands to pull, caress, and drag her clothes, touch her body, and entangle their fingers in her hair. Danny felt like a ghost was pressing down on her bed. The strength in her limbs disappeared together. She couldn't move, and even her heart stopped beating. She felt a hand digging out a purple eyeball from her eye socket and stuffing it into her mouth. She saw sharp teeth pressing against her soft throat. Ah, Danny roared angrily. You are asking for death. Chapter 57. The Immortal has fulfilled your wish, helped you learn. Ancient Valeglia, incantation. You should also fulfill our needs. Countless deep voices echoed, mocking. In the end, all the voices merged into one, mixed with the powerful thumping of the decaying heart. I need your body. After 1,000 years of waiting, I finally met Complacent murmurs turned into sharp screams. The dark red dragon flames surging with black smoke were like a high-pressure water column spurting out from a fire engine, instantly extinguishing the flames of ambition of the undying. Bathing in the raging fire and feeling the heat washing over her skin, Danny's heart started to beat again. It was thumping wildly, and the hands and feet of the ghostly shadow that was grabbing her disappeared in an instant. The zombies crackled and burned in the dragon flames. Their blue, withered skin burned like paper soaked in oil, and their bones melted like candles under the high temperature. They stumbled, tumbled, and twisted. They shouted in a language that had long since disappeared, and their shrill voices were as weak as cow hair. Danny ignored the illusory scene in front of her and quickly walked to the middle of the long stone table. She passed through them. They were as light as gas, as illusory as an illusion, dispersing upon contact. Approaching the black heart dripping with blue blood, Danny shouted, Dahe! Hissed. The black dragon's long neck stretched out like lightning and bit the rotten meat on the stone table. Seeing that he was about to tear it up and throw it away, Danny raised her voice and said, Eat it. This is a god, the collective consciousness of countless immortals over thousands of years, the god of sorcery, queers. Dahe held the beating heart in its mouth and looked back at her in confusion. I know you can't digest it, but I can help you. Danny's eyes shone with a determined light as she urged him, Swallow it, then burn it with dragon flames. Dahe raised its head and swallowed the rotten meat into its throat. Then, boom, intense dragon flames shot out of his mouth like a rocket launcher, blowing off the ceiling and revealing the daylight outside. Bloodline talent, dragon incubation. Bestow flames and spirituality to the dragon egg, thereby allowing the dragon egg that retains its soul origin to become fossilized, dead dragon eggs, and healthy dragon eggs to hatch into a baby dragon. Danny was immortal. She used her 5 senses to observe the room, But everything she saw was an illusion. For example, she saw countless corpses crowding around her and gnawing on her flesh. However, after entering the dragon spirit state and seeing the world with the eyes of a black dragon, she saw something even more fundamental. Blue tentacles extended from the black heart, and each tentacle was an undying whose body was infinitely elongated. They roared at her and tied her up like an octopus, sucking her essence, energy, and soul from her body. In the end, even her soul was taken away. It was also in the form of a dragon spirit that Danny saw that the black heart was filled with a large amount of spiritual essence. Even if it was not a true god and was called trashed by the great wizard Valeglia, it was still a spirit of faith. Well, Danny still did not understand what a spirit of faith was. Maybe it was because of the treasure in Danny's mind. Or maybe it was because she often roasted herself with fire, but she did not know when she could take the initiative to guide the spiritual essence in nature to the dragon egg. Until today, she also found that if the spiritual essence density was high enough, even a living megalosaurus could be infused with spiritual essence. The spiritual essence density of the black heart was extremely high. It would be a waste to throw it away. It would be better to upgrade Blackie. The rotten heart was burning in the dragon flames, and a large number of colorful fluorescent dots scattered from the damaged heart, as if they were going to return to nature. However, as Danny opened her mouth and sucked hard, the scattered fireflies formed a funnel-shaped whirlpool below, like a swimming pool without a drain valve. At the bottom of the whirlpool was Blackie's mouth. In the form of a dragon spirit, Danny and the black dragon shared the same soul, the same body, the dragon body. In reality, Danny seemed to be deep in thought with her eyes closed. She did not care about the collapsed rubble and the flames spreading in all directions. Blackie also looked up blankly. The dragon flame burned in its mouth, like a dragon-shaped stone torch. After more than 10 minutes, the thin, colorful dots ignored Danny's, sucking and scattered in all directions. The density was too low, and it could not be absorbed anymore. Danny came back to her senses and woke up from the strange state. She took off the burned basket on her back and removed the tattered cloth, leaving only a palm-sized metal plate hanging in front of her chest. The identity plate of Valeglia's Dragon King, which she found in the Red Wasteland, was specially taken by her and inserted into the inner pocket of her chest to act as a breastplate. With her medical skills, she might be able to save herself if she was stabbed in other places, but with her heart pierced, even the gods could not save her. In this world, nothing could be harder than Valeglia's steel. "Let's go, Blackie." Danny waved to the black dragon standing on the stone table. Leaving the immortal's room, a dark passage stretched out in front of her. The only light source was the hissing fire snakes behind her. Danny looked around and saw many corpses sprawled all over the place. Some of them were dressed extravagantly, some looked like slaves, some wore the special robes of the people of choir, and some wore the clothes of the outsiders. They seemed to be struggling to escape, but in the end, their souls were sucked dry and they fell to the ground powerlessly. Danny remembered the terrible legend of the Immortal Hall. Many people had entered the Hall of Dust, but no one had ever come out. She also remembered the attitude of the great wizard Haya towards the wizard temple. He was in awe and did not dare to enter with Danny. Finally, Danny recalled the words of the great wizard and murmured, "The bloodline of the true dragon of ancient Valeglia is not only revered, but also coveted by ambitious wizards." The corpses were all skin and bones, their souls and vitality sucked dry. The rest of the dried corpses did not rot, except for the brittle dust of time. A few pieces of clothes remained. Danny chose a robe embroidered with golden thread and wrapped herself up. Then, with Blackie in front and her behind, they ran along the corridor. Different from the several hours it took to get here, Danny only ran for 30 minutes and saw a door in front of her. Sunlight shone in from the outside. Stepping out, she was once again bathed in the warm sunlight and the breeze with the fragrance of flowers. "You destroyed the Immortal Hall." The great wizard Haya shouted angrily at Danny. "It's not me. It's the choice of the immortals." Almost without thinking, she blurted out a lie. "The immortals said that they had been waiting for me for 1,000 years and were tired of the boring mortal world. After seeing me, they burned themselves and ascended to the astral world." The situation was a bit special now. Perhaps it was because the immortals had lost the support of their magic power, but the decaying and dangerous house was now like dominoes, with the room of black as the center, collapsing in all directions. The stone walls collapsed, the wooden beams and the wooden floor burned like gasoline, and the fire spread very quickly. Because the immortal hall was originally in the city, there were many residents living in the nearby streets. At this moment, a large number of people from Quills had been attracted by the black smoke, and a small group of camel riders was maintaining order near the Black Forest. If the Great Wizard was alone, Danny would have ordered the blood guards to cut off his head in front of Zero. But in public, not only could Danny not take revenge on the Great Wizard, but she also had to put the blame on the immortals for burning down the immortal hall. "You're lying. It was your dragon that burned down the sacred hall." The wizard lunged at Danny, baring his fangs and brandishing his claws, but he was immediately restrained by two big black men. They were the servants of the merchant Zero, and they only went to stop him after receiving Zero's signal. Yep, the centaur beside Danny had already pulled out his gleaming Iraq scimitar. Zero had to fulfill his responsibility as the host to protect the guest, and he didn't want the Great Wizard to be killed on the spot by Danny's self-defense. "Let me go. I'm going to kill that bitch." Haya's body was suspended in midair, her two short legs kicking around like a bicycle. Danny's lips curled into a smile, and her tense nerves suddenly relaxed, because she saw Haya pulling out a dagger from her waist even though she was yelling at her to kill. Yep, she really wanted to kill Danny. But she didn't use any magic to attack, but held the dagger, intending to stab her to death. I'm not lying. Danny gave herself the wronged girl of the movie queen buff. If it was a dragon, how could the fire spread so quickly? In fact, you saw it too. The dragon was flying in the passage, and I was running behind it. The fire was still far away from us. Only the power of magic could cause such a fire. I don't understand magic. Everyone knows that. Calixi isn't a witch. Everyone knows that. Ago nodded, his expression unusually serious. If the dragon's flame ignited the house, then the fire would spread in the form of a line, which is the direction of the dragon's flight. This goes against the facts. Cora analyzed reasonably. His words were reasonable, and the balance of trust in the hearts of Zero and the camel cavalry gradually tilted towards Danny. "You." Haya glared at Danny fiercely. He could no longer feel the aura of the immortal. Danny came out alive, and the immortal disappeared. Then it was obvious that the immortal's plan had failed. But how did they fail? Danny Rise didn't even know magic spells. Haya was shocked, suspicious, and shocked. "What did you do? Why did the immortal burn the immortal hall?" He asked loudly. "You still don't know what I did? Seek wisdom from the immortal." Danny vowed solemnly, pointing at the collapsed houses in the thick smoke. "Isn't it obvious? The people of Queers called it the Hall of Dust. Now that the immortal has ascended to the astral world, of course this place will be demolished. Even if we don't build a new true immortal hall, we can still use it for real estate development. It's such a waste to leave such a large piece of land unused." Real estate development? His Excellency Wizard was about to die from her disgust. Holding back his anger, he asked again, "What is the astral world?" A look of disdain flashed across Danny's face, and she said proudly, "Remember, this is the great wisdom from the immortal. Gods and humans live in different spaces. We are in the mortal world. The gods are in the higher dimension of the spirit space, which is the astral world. Mortals can only look up at the astral world, but to communicate with the gods in the astral world, they can only do so through devout faith. Great Wizard Haya, the time to test your faith has come. If you worship the immortal as gods, you will probably be able to communicate with them soon. If you can't communicate with them, it means that you are not devout. Since you have no faith in the immortal, don't bother me in the name of avenging them." What made Danny both surprised and proud was that after hearing her words, most of the people around her had an "I see" expression. Even the cunning Zero and Cora, who didn't believe in evil gods, looked hesitant. Everyone knew that Danny was a noob in occultism. For her to be able to say such logical secrets of the gods, someone must have taught her. Who taught her? The immortal. "Let's go." Danny waved to her followers. Of course they had to run after showing off. Chapter 58. As expected, the burning of the immortal palace had caused a huge uproar in Queers. Even though Danny had used a lie that no one could refute to temporarily cover up the matter, but after the incident, unfavorable comments about the dragon and herself were still quickly spreading in the city. Even though I don't like the male sorcerers at all, it was still a holy palace that had existed for thousands of years. Now it was burned down by your dragons. Today, it may be the Palace of Dust. Tomorrow, it may just be the market. But who can be sure that the day after tomorrow, it won't be the great palace of 1,000 seats? Dragons are too dangerous and too uncontrollable. They should be killed while they are still young. Someone with ulterior motives said, but I heard that it was the immortal ones who burned down their own rundown houses. I think the mother of dragons has a point. Building a few streets to collect rent is better than leaving them empty. Maybe the immortal ones have thought it through? Someone else retorted, whether it's the dragons burning or the immortal one's magic, they are both dangerous things to us. We should at least let the dragons leave Queers. The next afternoon, Zero worriedly told Danny that Kaya was gathering the male sorcerers to harm her. Danny immediately replied, I'll leave Queers in the morning the day after tomorrow. Zero lowered his head and forcefully held her small hand, kissing her fingers and saying affectionately, You should leave. Leave immediately, sooner rather than later. But my queen, you won't be alone. You saw a dark scene in the Palace of Dust, but my dream was bright. I dreamed of the warm and peaceful surface of the Jade Sea, a cruise ship sailing slowly in the breeze. You were happily lying on a soft couch, bathing in the sunlight, tasting delicious coconut milk, smiling as you watched our children play with the seagulls on the deck. Ugh, you shameless bastard. You really know how to fantasize. Sigh. It's a pity that we'll be parting ways. You'll head east to the Jade Sea, and I'll ride my camel to the west. We may never meet again. Danny teased, rubbing her hands on the blanket under her as she spoke. Come with me to the Jade Sea. Give me a son, and let my dreams come true, my lovely star of heaven. The merchant, who looked like a steamed bun, used the tone of a Casanova to say lines from a romantic drama. This was even more disgusting than saliva. Saliva could be wiped away quietly, but the words that entered one's ears could not be forgotten immediately. Not only could it not be forgotten, it might even become a memory, a nightmare. I'm sorry, Zero. You're a good person, but my target is in the west. Danny said sadly. This time, Zero's expression changed when he received the good guy card. He said in a low voice, Then you should leave. Hurry up and leave. Danny was stunned for a moment before she reacted to his sudden change in attitude. She said, I'm already packing my things. I'll leave the day after tomorrow. You repeatedly went back on your word and played with my feelings. The merchant looked at Danny coldly. Give me back my things. Play with your feelings, my ass. I didn't even raise you as a spare tire. When have I not directly rejected you? Danny was very unhappy, but she suppressed her anger and said in a muffled voice, What is it? I didn't take any of your belongings. She swore in her heart, Don't ever say that your heart of love is with me. Otherwise, I'll kick you twice before I die of disgust. Fortunately, the merchant was colder and more shameless than she thought. The magic amethyst I gave you, the ox cart, 1,000 toy soldiers carved from jade, the earth-raising silk. Zero spoke for a full 3 minutes without missing a single detail. There were many things that Danny had forgotten, but he remembered them clearly. Danny's mouth was wide open for a long time before she realized that she had met a scumbag of the highest quality. Even if a boyfriend and girlfriend had a falling out and wanted to split the family property, there was no need to be so harsh. The two of them were not even boyfriend and girlfriend. The host gave the guest a gift, but after realizing that the guest had no value, he immediately turned hostile and asked for the gift back. You shouldn't be called Zero. Change it to Zero. Zero should go to modern society. There were many scumbags in modern society who liked to raise spare tires. When the two of them met, there would definitely be sparks of happiness. Moreover, even the most powerful scumbags were not as high as him. After all the scumbags were defeated, the remaining men would be happy. Everything else is fine, but the silk has already been made into clothes. How can I return it? Danny said with difficulty. Don't you have money? Use radiant coins to pay. Zero said coldly, from tonight onwards, prepare the food for your barbarians. The house will only be open for 2 days. Fortunately, he did not ask her for food and lodging for the past 10 days. In the afternoon, Yora brought the centaurs to the market to buy supplies. Dani was free. She placed a chair in the fountain under the ginkgo tree in the courtyard and lay down comfortably on it. She chewed on a sweet and crispy persimmon while enjoying the kiss fish's gentle massage between her legs and toes. Sigh, these days of corruption are getting less and less. From now on, just as she was letting her imagination run wild, the sound of armor colliding came closer. It was Yora Mormont. To prevent any accidents from happening in the few days before leaving, he had changed into the armor again. Your Highness, Illyrio has sent someone to pick you up. His face was solemn and his brows were furrowed. The unexpected guests did not make him more worried than happy. Illyrio? Pentos is an entire continent of Ursos away from Queer's Landing. How did he know I was here? Dani was surprised. I don't know. They are waiting at the entrance of the mansion. You can ask them yourself later. Yora shook his head. Dani did not immediately let the guests in. Instead, she was concerned about the night's mood. You don't seem to welcome them? They said they came for the dragon. If even Illyrio of Pentos knows you have a dragon, then, after a moment's hesitation, Yora said worriedly, Pentos and King's Landing are separated by the sea. The narrow sea is not as vast as other seas. It is only about 500 kilometers wide. If the people of Pentos can reach Queers, then so can the assassins of King's Landing. That makes sense. Dani nodded, but her expression was not as heavy as Yora thought. She slowly said, our original plan was to take the land route, heading west to Astapor to buy a batch of Immaculate Ones, and then head north. When everyone thought that we would turn around Slave Bay and continue west, we did the opposite, heading east and returning to the ancient trade path. In a battle to defend the city, 1,000 Immaculate are enough to stop 10,000 troops, and the environment around White Cloud City cannot support 10,000 troops. We are the only ones in White Cloud City. As long as we seal the city gates, 100 faceless can't hurt me. They can't enter at all. At this time, Dani did not directly feel the miserable situation of the slaves. She did not intend to take the risk of making a big news. She also did not think of deceiving the slave owner of a pasta like Dani Rise did in the original plot. Attacking the city of Slave Bay and killing the benevolent lord was not a problem, but deceit could not be used. Otherwise, no matter how noble the purpose was, the name Dani Rise Targaryen would be completely ruined in this world. Jera, that bastard, was so eager to get the dragons that he did not think of going back on his words and using coercion on Dani. He was obviously gay, but he had wronged himself to flatter Dani. Thinking about it from another perspective, a straight man trying to curry favor with another strong man. Who could stand it? The royal family of Queers was the same. They only asked for gold and silver according to tradition, but they did not send camel knights to kill Dani and her party and take the dragons. The royal family of Queers was so greedy for gold and silver. How could 3 young dragons not be worth a few thousand radiance coins? Obviously not. The great sorcerer Haya hated Dani to death, but he was also fervently hoping to get the dragons. But his little tricks were still within the rules. When the 3 dragon seekers, Haya, Zhao, and Kuei-Shi, extended their invitations to Dani, they had automatically established a universal relationship of trust. In Westerosi terms, they had established a relationship of guests, and each of them enjoyed the rights of a guest. Even people like that could keep their promises. How could Dani be worse than them? So, Dani's current plan was very conservative. She only wanted to stall for time and wait for the 3 dragons to grow up. Korra was definitely not the first confidant. He was not as loyal as the Blood Brotherhood, but he was definitely the first think tank. Dani told him the outline of the plan, and he was in charge of the details of the plan. He was far more experienced than Dani in war. Sigh, it was quite pitiful. Korra Mormont was at most a Zhang Fei, but in the end, she used him as Zhuge-Liang. Your Highness, Illyrio sent 3 large ocean-going ships. Korra's voice floated into her ears. He did find out all the details on our side, Dani said with a hint of sarcasm. He can easily fit my little Khalasar. Korra said faintly, not just your commissar. He is a merchant, and merchants never do business at a loss. When the 3 ships came, they were filled with the specialties of the western continent, and when they returned, they were filled with enough goods to cover the cost. This time, Danny understood that there was a hidden meaning in his words. So, in theory, you will be the temporary master of the 3 ships. Cora's eyes flashed. We still have to go to Apasta, take a ship, and buy about 3,000 unsullied. No one can easily hurt you. The persimmon in her hand had not been eaten for a long time, and the part that had broken through the skin slowly turned brown in the air. Danny threw it far away at the foot of the wall and muttered, "Let's make a decision after we meet the person in charge." She did not return to the stuffy hall. Instead, she had Doria put 2 lounge chairs in the fountain and also equipped them with wine and fruits. After the 2 guests followed Agu into the courtyard, they saw a young girl with her hair tied up at the back of her head. She wore a painted vest and loose silk shorts, similar to beach shorts. Her bare feet were white as she stood by the water and smiled as she extended her hand in invitation. Most of the heat in the air seemed to have dissipated because of her. The leader was a burly fat man, 9 meters tall, close to 2 meters tall, with dark brown skin. Sweat made his bald head shine with a greasy sheen. He was only wearing a tight-fitting leather vest, and his sweaty yellow trousers were stained with obvious stains. An extremely long Iraq scimitar was sheathed at his waist. Although he was fat, he was not fat. His arms were like thick oak trunks, and his belly was bulging but full of thickness. Chapter 59. There were 2 things about the fat brown man that caught Danny's attention. First, his cheeks were smooth and delicate, very similar to the eunuchs of Queers. Second, his exposed skin, such as his arms, chest, and the lower half of his abdomen, were covered with old scars. Compared to his tan skin, the pale scars were as conspicuous as a business card. The other old man was wearing an undyed woolen traveling cloak. The hood was lifted, and his long white hair fell to his shoulders. A silky silver beard covered the lower half of his face. He leaned his body weight on a hardwood walking stick that was as tall as him. He was half a step behind the fat man, and seemed to be his servant. However, the old man's temperament was far better than the bald fatty's. He was tall and burly, like an experienced old warrior. "Welcome, I am Danny Liz Targaryen." Danny introduced herself with a smile. The fat man bowed casually and said with a smile, "Greetings, Your Majesty. I am Beworth, known as Beworth the Brawny." Hearing his sharp voice and thinking about his title, Brawny, only people who don't have that kind of thing would care more about this kind of evaluation. The old man performed a standard etiquette that seemed to have been done thousands of times. He knelt on one knee and said, "Your Majesty, my real name is Aston. Beworth has given me a nickname, Whitebeard." Whitebeard? This name was far more intimidating than Brawny. At least, it amused Danny. "My 2 guests, please sit here." Danny gestured for them to take off their shoes and enter the fountain to cool off. Fatty Beworth did not stand on ceremony. He took a few steps forward, kicked off his leather sandals, and stepped into the fountain with his feet full of mud. With a creak, the rattan chair sank half an inch, and he picked up the wine jug and poured it directly into his mouth. Fortunately, the fountain was running water, and there was clear water spurting out from the megalosaurus statue's mouth. Otherwise, the kissing fish in the pond would have all died. On the other hand, Whitebeard's mouth was wide open, and his face was full of shock. He stood there for a long time without any reaction. Danny asked him in confusion, "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" "I'm sorry, sitting with the queen and soaking my feet in the same pool as 2. The old man looked embarrassed. He walked forward but did not enter the pool. He just sat by the side of the pool and sighed. "You are different from the queen, I imagined. I thought you would be more." He stuttered and couldn't say the offending word. Danny laughed and said, "Queen's demeanor? Wong family etiquette?" "I'm really sorry." Whitebeard apologized again. "Actually, it's good that you're like this. Hee. I'm just a wild girl who grew up on the streets. I haven't even read many books, so how would I know about the etiquette of the Wong family?" Speaking of this, Danny's big purple eyes flashed with a mischievous smile. Big Black, come out and meet the guests. SSSS, the black dragon had been lying on the roof basking in the sun. Even if someone accidentally caught a glimpse of him, they would most likely mistake him for a dragon-shaped stone sculpture. At this time, hearing Danny's mother's call, he stood up and jumped down. Flap, flap. His wings broke a large number of leaves and branches. In the horrified eyes of Whitebeard and Beavos, Big Black stepped on the water and landed beside Danny. Do you have a little bit of the Wong family style now? Danny stroked the black dragon's head and asked with a smile. The ferocious black dragon and the beautiful silver-haired girl leaned together, combining a strange sense of majesty. You are the true dragon, the real Targaryen, the only queen of the 7 kingdoms. Whitebeard's eyes were wet, and his voice was trembling with excitement. Since a few days ago, with Danny's help, Big Black seemed to have evolved a lot after devouring the demigod wizard. Not only did his appetite and growth speed increase, but his intelligence also increased to about the level of a 6 or 7-year-old child. The key was that his temperament had become more stable and not as irritable as before. After being taught by Danny, he could also resist his desire for the sky and not fly around. Therefore, the other 2 dragons were still chained, but Big Black had broken free of the shackles. It's only been 4 months. How did he grow to the size of a pony? Beavos came back to his senses and asked with interest, Is it very big? You don't know his appetite. Danny shook her head and asked, Beavos, what is your purpose in coming to Queers? He put down the empty wine pot and picked up a green-skinned crisp melon. He took a bite and muttered, Beavos was originally a gladiator in Meereen. Because he was invincible and had a great reputation, he was bought by a merchant from Coer. Later, he was sold at a higher price to that fat man in Pintos whose hair also has the smell of spices. Governor Illyrio? Yes, that's him. Eunuch Beavos nodded. That fat man sent brawny Beavos across the sea to be the little queen's bodyguard. As for Whitebeard, he is the bodyguard that the fat man arranged for Beavos. I'm his attendant. Whitebeard raised his cane high, as if he was holding up a long spear with a fluttering flag. Your Majesty, I was born in the Dorne borderlands. When I was young, I was the attendant of a knight in the Sven family. Sir, you're 60 years old, right? You're still a bodyguard and an attendant? She complained in her heart, but asked, Sir, you're also a Westeros. No wonder you speak the common language so fluently. Then, she pointed to the armored knight standing at the side. My Queen's Iron Guard is also a Westeros knight. Do you know him? Hearing the words Queen's Iron Guard, Whitebeard's expression changed. He looked at Cora with a scrutinizing gaze for a while and said lightly, Lord Mormont is considered famous in the 7 kingdoms. What kind of famous reputation could the Great Bear have? Violating the ban and selling slaves? Giving up honor and avoiding the trial of the Lord? His head was green. His wife ran away with someone else? Cora heard the unfriendliness in Whitebeard's words. He frowned and said, You didn't say you knew me at the dock. When did we meet? Earl Mormont, on Pike Island. You fought bravely and were made a knight. On Lannisport, you almost knocked the Kingslayer off his horse. For this, you won the heart of a beauty. I didn't say it before because it was unnecessary. Now that your Majesty asks, I'll tell you the truth, Whitebeard said calmly. You look familiar. Cora pulled up his mask and stared at Whitebeard in confusion for a while. He shook his head and said, Hundreds of people participated in the tournament at Lannisport, and thousands of knights were deployed to attack Pike Island. I can't remember who you are. But let me remind you, I'm no longer an earl. The Earl of Bear Island is Mage Mormont. I'm just a wandering knight. You're my Queen's Iron Guard, Danny reminded him. Yes, Your Majesty. The bitterness on Cora's face dissipated, and a happy smile bloomed. Knight Cora has rich combat experience and has saved my life many times. He's my most loyal friend and outstanding think tank. Danny said such words against her will in an incomparably solemn and natural manner. The smile on Cora's face became brighter. She also didn't forget to help the horse guards gain face in front of the guests. She pointed at Aggo and introduced him. This is Aggo, my Blood Alliance guard. He's also a bandit. His martial arts are excellent, and he's brave and fearless. Calixi, it's enough to have us protect her. Ago glanced at the fat eunuch Beworth and said, "A horseboy." Beavis threw away half of the melon and grinned. Beavis, the strong man, can't even remember how many horseboys I've killed in the fighting arena. All of them have longer braids than you and more bells than you. Without waiting for Ago to reply, he patted his thick belly full of scars with his right hand, which was sticky with green melon juice. Look at this. Before Beworth kills someone, he'll give the other party a chance to cut himself first. Can you calculate how many people Brawny Man Beworth has killed? Ha ha ha, countless. Ago angrily pulled out his knife and pointed at the fat eunuch. I haven't killed a brown fatty yet. Beworth is barely qualified to add a bell for me. Put away your weapon, blood of my blood. Danny reached out and pressed down her axiometer. She said gently, this person came from afar to serve me. He shouldn't point a sword at him. Then she said solemnly to Beworth, if you're truly loyal to me, you must respect my people, my companions, and my brothers. If you can't do it, you might as well return to Illyrio's side and wait for the next person to serve. The grinning smile disappeared from the giant's broad brown face. He looked at the petite but dignified girl, then looked at the black dragon beside her who was spewing white smoke from its nose. He muttered, Beworth hasn't completed his mission. He can't go back. Danny smiled at the boar and asked, what other mission do you have? That fatty wants a dragon, and he also wants you. The girl who gave birth to a dragon, Beworth said casually. Damn it. I know that everyone is greedy for a young dragon, but isn't this too direct? Isn't it better to start with some tricks? I'm not used to it. Danny's smile froze. She was stunned. Whitebeard explained, Beworth is telling the truth. However, Magister Illyrio asked us to bring you back to help House Targaryen restore the kingdom. Now that the usurper is dead and the kingdom is in turmoil, there are actually 4 kings at the same time. They're killing each other until rivers of blood flow and corpses lie on the ground. Your Majesty, the 7 kingdoms need you. The people of the 7 kingdoms need you. The justice of the 7 kingdoms also needs you to uphold. All right, you've covered it up. Danny frowned. 4 kings? Which 4? The usurper's son, Joffrey Byra. The usurper's 3rd brother, Duke Renly Byra of Phoenix's Rest. The usurper's 2nd brother, Duke Theon of Dragonstone Island. The usurper's good friend, Ide Stark's son. And the current king of the north, Theon Byra. It's said that Balon Greyjoy of Tywin Bay also has plans to restore the throne, Whitebeard said worriedly. The prophecy really came true, Danny muttered. You know that I've been to the wizard's immortal hall, right? I've heard that your dragon burned to death those wizards who only knew how to swindle others. Whitebeard complimented. His tone was full of disdain for the male adept. Knight, tell this old gentleman about the prophecy I saw about the Westeros, Danny said to Yora. When you came back, you told me that you saw a beauty being violated by 4 ugly dwarves. The beauty represented the Westeros, and the 4 dwarves. You asked me who they represented, and I guessed that it was Queen Cersei, Grand Preceptor Pycelle, Eunuch Varys, and King Joffrey. This, Whitebeard was in disbelief. Could it be that those blue lips could really prophesy? Not everyone could see the prophecy when they entered the immortal hall. Most of them were directly immersed in the environment, and only those with certain characteristics could peek into the river of time to a limited extent. I don't understand magic at all. I don't know if it was an illusion or some other method. Danny shook her head and said seriously, but that day, I did see a lot of things. For example, my brother Liga, my sister-in-law Princess Elia, and my nephew Aegon. Liga has blue eyes and not purple eyes, right? I've never seen him before, right? He was holding his son and told me that dragons have 3 heads and are still missing one. Chapter 60. It's true that I have 3 dragons, but I'm the only Targaryen left. Little Aegon is long dead. At this point, Danny looked at Whitebeard and asked, do you know the Song of Ice and Fire? Rhaegar also said that Aegon is the child of the prophecy, and the Song of Ice and Fire was naturally composed for him. With the background music of the Song of Ice and Fire, it sounded like a protagonist. Whitebeard fell into deep thought. After a while, he said, The Targaryen emblem is indeed a three-headed dragon, which means Aegon and his two sisters, three dragons, three dragon knights. The dragon has three heads should mean that, but I don't know who else is missing. The Prince of the Prophecy has been circulating among the Targaryen royalty for decades. The Prince of the Prophecy? Does the Targaryens have such a saying? Dany looked at Yora in confusion, hoping to get confirmation from him. Sorry, I don't know either. Yora frowned and shook his head, looking at the old man suspiciously. Aston, how do you know this? Haha, that was decades ago. You Northerners are the ones who are ignorant. Whitebeard chuckled for a while and continued the previous topic. Legend has it that the Targaryens will give birth to a prince. He is the reincarnation of Aesir Ahai and will wait. Aesir Ahai? Dany interrupted him and asked strangely, is it after the long summer? The stars weep blood, and the reincarnation of Aesir Ahai will be reborn in the land of smoke and salt. That's about it. I also know about this ancient Aesir prophecy circulating in the continent of Ursos. But in us Westeros, a prophet clearly said that the reborn Aesir Ahai will be a Targaryen prince, and he will be born in the last few decades. Whitebeard nodded. That damned Aesir Ahai was so rare that people from all over the world were looking forward to his reincarnation. Whether or not he saved the world from the other ghosts, killing his wife as a sacrifice to his sword was a sure thing. The old zebra man had told him the story of the descendants of Hel Cologne. After saving the world, Hel Cologne gave birth to many little Hel Cologne. Then, who did he have a child with? Scumbag. As if seeing Dany's indifference, Whitebeard said seriously, even if Sir Mormont doesn't know about this prophecy, he must have heard of Jenny of the city of Barren Stone. Not to mention Yora, even Dany, who had never been to Westeros, knew about Jenny from the city of Barren Stone. In the Song of Ice and Fire world, the first Mary Sue White Lotus. At the wedding of Dany Rise and the Horse King Drogo, all the guests gave gifts. Even Mormont, who was so poor that his wife had run away, gave 2 old books. It was a handwritten parchment without a name. Dany had read it many times in order to understand this world. It could probably be considered as Westeros fairy tales. It was filled with the legends of the 7 kingdoms. The writing was very simple and superficial. It was written specifically to help children learn how to read. Among them was the story of Jenny from the city of Barren Stone. It was said that she came from the city of Barren Stone, the ruins of a 6,000-year-old ancient city in the wilderness. She had no clear parents and only claimed to be a descendant of the ancient king. The city of Barren Stone was the capital of an ancient king and was destroyed by the Undul's invasion 6,000 years ago. However, the people in the nearby villages did not believe her and mocked her as a crazy peasant girl, or even a witch. But one thing was certain, she was a great beauty, mysterious and charming. So much so that Crown Prince Duncan, who had been engaged, would rather give up the throne and marry Jenny after meeting her in the wild with flowers in her hair. Speaking of which, Jenny was also Dany's aunt. Her husband was the elder brother of Dany's grandfather. Well, Dany's grandfather got a big bargain and got the throne as the second son. Jenny of the city of Barren Stone is related to the child of prophecy? Dany was surprised. Her Highness Jenny did not enter the palace alone. She had a good friend who grew up with her, a female prophet. Whitebeard's blue eyes flashed with reminiscence. His voice was low and powerful as it slowly entered everyone's ears. Her Highness Jenny called her friend the child of the forest, but everyone thought she was just a strange-looking dwarf. The witch once said to your grandfather that the prince in the prophecy would come to the descendants of Prince Aerys and Princess Layla. So, your parents may not have loved each other, but they still got married. Alas, if King Aerys ever had love, it must have happened to Joanna of Casterly Rock. Joanna of Casterly Rock? Mormont was inexplicably shocked and said in a trembling voice, "Are you talking about Joanna Lannister?" Whitebeard took a deep look at the knight and said, "She is the wife of Duke Tywin." As Princess Layla's companion, Joanna grew up in the Red Castle and King Aerys. Alas, I digress. Now that I see Her Highness Dany rise, I feel that the prophet's prophecy has come true. He shook his head and said to Dany, "Haha, you think I'm the child of prophecy, the reincarnation of Aesir and Ahai?" Danny shook her head and chuckled. In the prophecy I saw, Liga almost passed through time and told me that the baby in his arms was the real child of prophecy. Little Prince Aegon is dead, and the prophecy is broken. Cora said in a deep voice, "No matter what, you are the real queen of the Seven Kingdoms. Please return to Pintos with us." Whitebeard said to Danny. Danny could see that Whitebeard was only Beavis' attendant in name, but the real master was still him. "When did you come to Quarles?" she asked. 4 or 5 days ago. "Why did you come to me only today?" Whitebeard explained. The leader of the merchant ship, Grollet, is the captain and also a proper Pintos merchant. Merchants believe that the ship will not run empty. We brought Mir's exquisite handicrafts to Quarles, and we will also take eastern spices, silk, porcelain, and other things from Quarles. So far, the goods shipped here have not been sold out, and the goods from the east are not. Speaking of this, the old man frowned and looked at the centaurs sitting under the shade of the tree. He sighed. "We should have settled down your highness' subordinates and luggage, and then used the remaining space in the cabin to restock. You heard that I was leaving soon, so you rushed over immediately?" "That's right." The old man nodded. There was one more thing he did not say. He secretly observed whether Danny had the qualifications to become the queen of the Seven Kingdoms, and that was why they did not come to her immediately. To the old man, as long as Danny did not inherit the Mad King's crazy genes, she was qualified. He could not be blamed for having low standards, as there were too few people to choose from. Danny let the maid serve the 2 guests, while she returned to the living room with the Blood Brotherhood guard and Cora to discuss their next move. Ago and the others had always believed that centaurs should not leave solid land. The endless poisonous water would drown the entire world, and it was too dangerous. Well, the centaurs were all landlubbers and had a phobia of the sea. Their views were too biased, and there was not much reference value. Cora only hesitated for a moment before suggesting that Danny accept Illyrio's invitation. "You've been targeted by him. No matter if he has other motives, or if he just wants to profit from your restoration, he won't give up your 3 dragons so easily. If he can find you so accurately and quickly once, he can find you a second time. If you keep rejecting him, perhaps..." After pausing for a moment to let Danny understand the worst possible outcome, he continued, "It's also safer and faster to go by sea. We're not used to fighting on poisonous water. Our strength is halved," Chui Luo retorted. "It's harder to be tracked by sea, and it's naturally safer if you don't meet any enemies. Although you're warriors on horseback, the 2 ultimate skills of Ursos the Iraq Scimitar and Bao are not completely useless on a ship." A fierce look flashed in Cora's eyes. "In fact, if things don't go well, we have the power to seize control of the ship. We won't go to Pintos. The ship will send us to Slaver's Bay." The next morning, Captain Grollet came to meet Danny. He was a weather-beaten, rugged old sailor of medium build, with a fluffy beard and curly black hair. He seemed to only have a mouthful of big white teeth and sharp, dark brown eyes that leaked out from his face. In his conversation with Danny, Captain Grollet did not appear to be forceful. The moment he saw her, he offered to give up his captain's cabin. Like Bevo's, he already saw Danny as someone he could serve and be loyal to. Of course, Danny would not tell him to change direction the moment they met. In fact, Danny would not take the initiative to mention this. She was only 15 years old, naive and muddle-headed. She did not have her own opinions and only listened to Cora Ming. If Illyrio really had bad thoughts, he should blame the Queen's Iron Guard. When Zaylor found out that Illyrio had sent a ship to pick her up, he only said that the house could be extended for a few days, but she would have to pay for the food herself. After that, he did not show his face much, and if there was anything, it was through the steward. While waiting for the merchant ship to restock, Danny did not idle. First, she had to sell all 300 camels she had just bought, making a small loss. Not only did she have to sell the camels, but the old, weak, women, and children did not need to ride horses. Apart from the 80 elite cavalrymen, the remaining people's horses would also be sold. In fact, Danny had sold 70% of the tribe's war horses and spent money to equip the cavalrymen with better horses. Drogo Khalasar's good horses had been taken away by the many new Khans who had left, and the remaining horses were not suitable for battle. In the end, Danny had Captain Grollet choose 200 sailors from his fleet. The centaurs, including the Blood Riders, were required to learn how to swim, and the sailors were their instructors. Jorah Mormont had grown up by the sea and did not need to take part in any training. 2 days passed like this. After breakfast and a bowl of sponge gourd and shrimp soup, Danny decided to go to the docks to see Grollet's ship in person and see if there were any problems that had been overlooked. For example, the terrifying septicemia during the age of the Great Voyage. She did not know if this magical world had encountered such a problem. The distance from Queers to Pintos was much farther than the Atlantic Ocean in Europe. She went to the stables in faded sandals and straw sandals. A silver medallion belt hung from her small waist, and a small scimitar hung from it. Jiki had braided her silver hair into a Dothraki braid, and tied a silver bell at the end, which jingled with her light footsteps. The centaur maid thought that Danny had burned the witch to death in the Hall of the Dust, and sent the soul of an immortal to hell. It was a victory worth bragging about, and was fully qualified to add a bell to her braid. Danny was helpless about this, not because of the bell, but because even the simple-minded centaurs thought that she had killed an immortal. Could the great wizard be dumber than a centaur? Chapter 61. Your Highness, is it really okay for you to dress like this? Danny's centaur girl outfit made Whitebeard's old face scrunch up, like a conservative father who saw his beloved daughter make a shamate look. I think the Chong Sam you invented is very beautiful, completely in line with the style of the royal family, he suggested hesitantly. Since seeing Danny that day, Whitebeard and Beworth had not left. The two claimed that it was their responsibility to protect Danny's safety, and wherever she went in the future, they would follow closely. Danny thought that the two were not cunning, and even if they had other motives, they would not hurt her, so she agreed to their request. Sir Jorah was very dissatisfied with this, and he kept telling Danny that there was something wrong with Aston, and he did not act like a servant at all. Although Danny agreed with him, she also retorted that they would cross the sea together sooner or later, and there would be more time to spend together in the future, so it was impossible to keep those two apart forever. So, Sir Jorah also began to fulfill his duty as the Queen's Iron Guard, becoming one of Danny's bodyguards. Since we are here at the stable, we must ride horses, and my Chong Sam is not suitable for this kind of occasion. Danny led her little silver horse out, pressed on the saddle, and stepped on it vigorously. Little Queen, Beworth likes this dress very much. It looks like a warrior. The eunuch did not ride a horse, so he guarded Danny's side and strode forward. Ahem, the two of you, and Sir Jorah, don't call me Queen in the future. You can use the Queen's name to scare people in front of outsiders. We are all familiar with each other, so there is no need to deceive ourselves. The horse trotted briskly, crossed the threshold, and stepped onto the street. You are the Queen of the 7 Kingdoms, the real Queen, Whitebeard said solemnly. He and Cora rode their horses, and together with Ricarlo and the other 4 centaur knights, they surrounded Danny from all sides. My brother Viserys has always claimed to be the guardian of the 7 Kingdoms, the king of the Westeros, but everyone mocked him as the Beggar King. Danny told them, from now on, you can call me Calixi or Princess of Dragonstone Island. You can just call me Danny Rise. When Danny Rise was born, the Targaryen dynasty had yet to be completely destroyed. Her identity as the Princess of Dragonstone Island was already a fact that no one could deny. At most, she could only be considered an exiled princess. Queers was built on the north shore of the strait, and the docks were south of the city. Jaluo's mansion was located in the wealthy district of the eastern part of the city. After crossing 8 streets, they finally arrived at the poor district of the southern part of the city. There were no colorful marble palaces or fragrant gardens here, only old brick houses. There were few windows on the side facing the street. There were naked children, dirt-faced beggars, scrawny sand-colored dogs, and fair-skinned residents of Queers on the filthy streets. Not everyone could be like Zhao Luo, who wore the traditional clothes of Queers every day. These commoners only had a dirty linen skirt to cover their bodies. When Danny passed by, everyone stopped what they were doing and turned to send her off with numb eyes. They all knew her, and they all knew about the Mother of Dragons. They no longer had the fanaticism they had when she first entered the city. Now, their indifference towards her was tinged with fear. The Hall of Immortality collapsed amidst the smoke and flames. Almost everyone in Queers saw it. At first, many people were fooled by Danny's lies, believing that the imperishable hall had burned down the old building. After all, the imperishable hall had really become a hall of dust. It was time to tear it down and rebuild it. Everyone knew about the madness of the male sorcerers. Setting fire to houses was normal for them. There were even house-building merchants who approached the great sorcerer Haya, hoping to contract the construction of the new imperishable hall. They didn't want any money, and they only needed to give him the storefronts facing the street. The merchant ran out of the black forest naked, shouting as he ran, "Where's my tail? I want my tail." It was extremely strange. The other merchants who thought they had missed the golden opportunity were scared out of their wits. The residents of Queers no longer dared to discuss the sorcerer's madness in public. Everyone began to wonder if the Mother of Dragons had lied to the sorcerer's intense reaction. In just one night, the people of Queers remembered the danger of dragons. The scene of them meeting each other disappeared, and Danny's mansion became deserted. However, Danny didn't care. She was about to leave. What did it matter what the people of Queers thought of her? After passing through the slums of Queers and entering the docks, the streets became more crowded. Carriages, palanquins, camel caravans, merchants and sailors of all kinds of skin, hawkers on the streets. The fragrance of the noblewoman's perfume, the smell of roasted meat, leather, feces, sweat, and the smell of fish mixed together to form a thick and strange smell. The strange smell mixed with the clamor and salty sea breeze gave people a feeling of living in the world of mortals. Danny found herself liking Queers a little. She shouldn't have been hiding in Jal's garden palace. She almost missed the true beauty of this city of trade. Out of the way for the Mother of Dragons. Beavos, the burly man, shouted loudly, chasing away a mule in front of him. "I smell it. It's poisonous water." Jiki, the centaur maid, shouted at Danny. The Dothraki didn't trust the sea or anything related to it. In their eyes, any water that horses couldn't drink was unclean. What poisonous water? Ago and the others have been soaking in the sea for the past few days. Did they die? Danny asked Ago, who was beside her. "Tell her, is the sea poisonous?" "It's poisonous," Khaleesi, the centaur nodded seriously. "I drank a few mouthfuls and was almost poisoned to death. Everyone has tried it. Seawater really isn't drinkable. Of course it's poisonous." That logic. Queers was one of the largest ports in the world. Taverns, warehouses, and casinos lined the streets. Cheap brothels were closely connected to temples that worshipped all kinds of strange gods. Under the huge canopy of the docks, peddlers and customers from all over the world were crowded. Thieves, rogues, swindlers, and other lowlifes were also among them. Aston, the white-bearded man, explained to Danny, "The dock itself is a big shopping mall. Goods from the eastern and western continents enter and leave here day and night. Almost everything that exists in the world can be found here." After a moment's silence, he sighed. "At the same time, this is also a forbidden area of law and morality. Slaves can be freely bought and sold. Illegal goods can be peddled. If you don't ask about the source of the goods, the same thing will only cost a fraction of the market price here. Your Highness, do you understand why?" A few thoughts flashed through her mind. Danny said in surprise, "Pirates and robbers openly sell their stolen goods here?" A hint of admiration flashed through the white-bearded man's blue eyes. "This is the trading capital of the world, and also a place of sin. Mother of Dragons, Mother of Dragons." Danny turned around and saw a skinny man wearing a hat made of white linen jumping up and down, waving and shouting at her from across Yora. The middle-aged man's skin was charcoal black, and his body was thin and shriveled. The whites of his eyes were especially large, and they were even more obvious against the black skin of his face. Mother of Dragons, I have dragon eggs, do you want to buy them?" He shouted in Valeglia with a dialect accent. Hearing about dragon eggs, Danny couldn't help but pull the little silver horse to a stop. She asked Yora to let the peddler in and asked, "Are you sure you're not lying to me?" How would I dare to lie to Mother of Dragons? You'll know when you come and see. The thin, dark man, with a solemn promise, pulled the silver pony towards his stall without a word of protest. There were many bottles and jars on the dark red carpet. In the center, a ball of soft, barren silk wrapped around two colorful stone eggs. They were the size of pineapples, and their surface was covered with fine scales. They had a glazed texture, and the sunlight that passed through the hollow ceiling shone on them, reflecting a copper-like halo. Danny exclaimed softly. She got off the horse and walked quickly to the stall. She bent down and picked up one of the stone eggs from the silk cushion. She looked at it carefully. Mother of Dragons, don't be fooled by old Bao Khan. There was no chair next to the skinny man's stall. Instead, there was a white-skinned old woman with a string of beer bottles hanging on each of her shoulders. Through the gap of the wooden stopper, the rich smell of goat's milk faintly wafted out. Facing Danny's gaze, the old woman, Queers, whose back was hunched, revealed her shriveled mouth that was missing her front teeth. She chuckled and said, "If they really are dragon eggs, this barbarian from Asha would have already offered them to the royal family. You." The skinny man called Bao Khan wanted to poke his finger into the old woman's eyes. He jumped and scolded, "Bastard, bastard, old woman, I've never offended you. I often buy goat's milk from you every morning. Why are you slandering me?" The old woman rolled her eyes and said unhappily, "I don't want to lose a returning customer." "What did you say?" "I don't want you to be cut in half by the centaur boys under her command because you lied to the great Calixi." The old woman mocked. "Why don't you think about who is in front of you? She is the mother of dragons. You fool, when you meet her, you should stay far away. If there's anyone in the world who can distinguish real dragon eggs, it's her." The old woman is very wise. The skinny man was speechless. His dark face became a little pale. The onlookers nearby also nodded. "This is indeed a dragon egg." Danny said something that made the old woman dumbfounded. "What? It's really a dragon egg." Even Bao Khan himself was not calm. "Dragon egg. The mother of dragons said it's a dragon egg. Bao Khan's dragon egg is real." The nearby vendors were in an uproar. "Your Highness, are you sure?" Whitebeard came over and picked up another dragon egg. He looked left and right, but it was difficult to distinguish whether it was real or fake. He was also an expert. When he was young, he had come into contact with real dragon eggs, the dragon eggs of the Targaryen family. "Haha, this is a dragon egg. I'm not lying." The Asian man, Bao Khan, jumped and jumped as if he had won the lottery. He laughed and greeted the people around him. "You all saw it. This is the famous mother of dragons, the mother of dragons who gave birth to 3 dragons. She identified it. This is a dragon egg." "It's indeed a dragon egg." Danny asked him with a smile, "If I buy it, what's the price?" Chapter 62. Danny had never been so satisfied. Villa's giant lamp, Arda's first son, contained the origin of the first flame that surpassed all the suns in the future. Although its flames were very violent and theoretically belonged to the remnants of the first flame, it was indeed rich in the origin of the first flame. Its energy level was even higher than the first flame she obtained in the Smoke Sea, surpassing level 6. She swallowed 70% of the 2 giant lamps, and Villa buried the remaining flames back into the ground. Because of her help, Villa saved 90% of the maintenance time and tried to preserve more ancient species. Other than the fire in the giant lamp, the underground fire spewed out due to the collapse of the earth and mountains. Danny also absorbed countless earth core fire. At this time, when the world was created, the earth core fire was the origin of the secret flame buried and sealed by Villa. The high quality made Danny lose control of her desire again. She was drunk and stuck her head into the crack, squeezing in with all her might and sucking the secret flame deep in the earth. The earth god, Aoki, used the continental plate to clamp her head and prevent her from going down. The titan god, Tokus, grabbed her spider leg and pulled it out with all his might. The Olomian dog barked at the side to scare her. However, Danny had absorbed enough origin of the first flame to create 10 Song of Ice and Fire worlds from the giant lamp. Tokus couldn't stop her. In the end, Crybaby Nina used her pitiful tears to awaken Danny's rationality and prevent her from being beaten up by the Varus. Thank you, Nina. I almost made a big mistake again. Danny smacked her lips, savoring the taste of the secret flame while sincerely thanking the god of mercy. Nina ignored her. Like Lin Daiyu, who was abandoned by Jia Baoyu, she looked timidly at the crack in the earth and cried. Wherever her tears fell, the earth's wounds were immediately healed. The earth regained its vitality, plants grew, beasts revived, and the world was filled with hope and beauty again. Danny saw this and was envious. Greedy spider, since you were driven by instinct and couldn't extricate yourself, Manwë pardoned your crimes. Leave. I don't want to see you again. Takaza's anger had yet to dissipate. His eyes seemed to contain a storm. His wife, Nessa the fleet-footed leg, glared at him angrily with her face puffed up like a bun. Don't do any more evil. I'll keep an eye on you. Olami's voice echoed across the land. Woof, woof, woof. Even the dog barked at her. Danny didn't have the face to curry favor with him. She put on the black miasma cloak and disappeared in front of the villa. Hiss, did you notice how she disappeared? Olami gasped. He was the god of hunting and was best at tracking. He also had a dog with a superb sense of smell and vision, but he still couldn't find any trace of Danny. Shadow, pay attention to the shadow on the ground, Valda, who was behind the stars, said with a worried expression. She said to Manwë, after losing the giant lamp, the world fell into darkness with only thin starlight. We can't find any trace of Angorian. Maybe we should keep her with us. Compared to Mirko, she's not too evil. Since she's not too evil, she won't do evil alone. We don't have to worry about her. If she joins Mirko again, keeping an eye on him is the same as keeping an eye on her, Manwë said softly. Valda thought that it made sense and let the matter go. Villa and the others didn't look for trouble with Mirko again because the land had just healed. The world was like a terminally ill patient who had just recovered from a serious illness. It couldn't withstand the torment of the Battle of the Gods. After the Battle of the Giant Lamp, the symmetrical landforms of the continent changed completely. There were plains that rose into hills and mountains that rose into the clouds that became lakes. The continent in the middle of the ocean was like a biscuit that had been bitten a few times. There were many bays and islands. In general, the world map before and after the Battle of the Giant Lamp was completely different. Even Villa's residence, Omeron Island, was shattered. Part of it even became steep mountains. Therefore, Villa left Middle-earth and moved to the westernmost continent, near the edge of the world, on Amen Island. To prevent Mirko from attacking again, Villa built the highest mountain in the world on the coast of Amen Island. Manwë's throne was on the highest peak of the mountain. It had a very beautiful name, Oyo Luoshue. When Manwë and Valda looked east from Oyo Luoshue's palace, they could almost see the end of the world. That was because the world was still flat. Danny quietly approached Amen Island, wanting to peek at what Villa was doing. However, she was discovered by Valda. She looked at her with a serious face. The light of Amen shone on her face, like a holy living bodhisattva. Danny was embarrassed by her stare. She smiled and left the West Sea. She didn't want to look for Mirko at first. She had secretly approached Udamo Fortress in the north a few times before. The environment there was really disgusting. However, after wandering around the continent for a few times, she found that humans had not been born yet. The world was quiet, and she didn't even have a friend to talk to. After Villa went to Amen Island, she almost never set foot on the continent again. The loneliness of being the only person in the world drove her to the north. Mirko didn't blame her for surrendering to Villa and helping Villa to stop the disaster. He wanted to rule the world, not destroy it. Besides, he himself had escaped at that time. How could he blame Danny, who fought alone? However, his reaction was a little strange. Sometimes he was happy for her return, but sometimes he wasn't very enthusiastic. When facing her, he often showed jealousy and fear. Sagrador said with a complicated expression, "You can wrestle with Tokus and fight against several villas at the same time. Mirko craves the help of your power, but he is also jealous of your power. He is also a little scared." Danny also saw jealousy in the old goblin's eyes. On the other hand, Soren was also jealous and afraid, but he hid it well. Plus, He was one of the few wise men in the Maya. Danny got along well with him. Hence, she moved to the Ongband fortress in the west. There, they researched evil black witchcraft and blood magic together and tortured Milo's divine beasts into all kinds of monsters. Unknowingly, a few decades had passed. The sudden appearance of holy light in Amen interrupted their peaceful days. The twin holy trees were born. Villa built the kingdom of the gods in Amen, Velinor. They built countless beautiful palaces, castles, gardens, and towers. Villa also placed all the beautiful things that were saved from the disaster in Velinor. Most importantly, they have the twin holy trees. They are divine objects that transcend common sense. They make Velinor more beautiful than Arda's spring. Big Me's black face twisted into an exaggerated arc, just like his heart. That land is full of blessings. Everything there will never wither. Not a flower, not a tree, not even a stone, not even a drop of dew is tainted. How can this be allowed? I won't allow it. He roared at the demon kings below the throne. You want to start another war against Villa? Attack Amen? Danny frowned. After the calamity of the giant lantern, she finally understood. Against Villa, the Fallen Mia and the Flame Devils had no chance of winning. Villa was strong in terms of quality. No matter how many heavenly soldiers there were, they could not defeat the three pure ones. I can't, Big Me said hatefully, but I can destroy Middle-earth. I want darkness to envelop this world created by Villa and make it mine. Big Me was very realistic, but also very low. Danny asked, did you summon us to increase our destructive power? But we're already evil enough. We pollute the water, spread fear, and cultivate demons and ghosts. Not evil enough. Big Me shook his head. Danny's heart skipped a beat. She said in surprise, are you planning to kill Olim? Big Me, you're really bold. Big Me asked curiously, why do you want to kill Olim? Danny was stunned. She said in confusion, what's more evil than killing Villa? Olim, that bastard, rides Nahal every day with his dog to kill our monsters in the dark forest. Even the flame devils we sent to destroy the forest and create deserts died. We should take revenge. Big Me was a little tempted. But then, he remembered Olim's terrifying horn and rumbling horse hooves. He could not help but shudder. Why don't you lead a group of flame devils to kill him? I can't beat him. You're the divine king. Danny emphasized. No, Olim can't change the big picture. I have more important things to do. Big Me waved his hand. I want you to find Aluvida's first child before Villa does, he said darkly. Big Me, I don't understand. Iru's first batch of humans should be elves, right? What's the use of elves in the big picture? Danny asked. You even participated in the Grand Symphony. Mirko looked at her with some disdain. The Grand Symphony of Creation has a total of 5 themes. The first 2 are sung by Villa. From the 3rd theme onwards, Iru and I will sing together. Danny rolled her eyes. What kind of duet is that? You're just copying Iru's song clumsily. But Big Me's words reminded her that each theme of the Grand Symphony had its own meaning. The first 2 themes were about Villa creating the world. From the 3rd theme onwards, Eluvida's children will follow. You have to understand that the most important thing is what Iru does personally. Danny frowned. During the Grand Symphony, Iru stood up 3 times. Each time, it meant that the theme changed. The first theme was harmonious in the early and middle stages, but ended with Mirko causing trouble in the latter stages. In the second theme, Mirko caused trouble from the beginning until Iru couldn't stand his clumsiness anymore. Iru stood up and participated in the 3rd theme. In the early stages, Inu also participated, but later only Big Me and Iru were left. The 4th theme, Mirko was right. From the 3rd theme onwards, Iru added her own thoughts into the Grand Symphony. The meaning of that thought must be greater than the first 2 movements. Could the meaning of creating humans be greater than the physical world itself? Danny was shocked. There seemed to be a big secret behind it. Mirko was still going on. The establishment of Arda, the spring of Arda, and the blooming of the 2 holy trees in Amen are just the construction, decoration, and beautification of the world. They are the content of the 1st and 2nd themes. But when the house and garden are built, who will live in it? Ha ha ha, Villa built a house for Iru's children to live in. The evil before was only destroying Villa's house. Now, the third theme is about to begin. We will spread the evil to the owner of the house. Mirko grinned. Big me, your understanding of evil has opened the door to a new world for me. Danny was sincere and full of admiration. Chapter 63. Which Khalasar are they from? Danny asked. The Khalasar of Kalogo, Ago said casually, showing no anger at the tragic fate of his compatriots. The slaves that Bonofa sold to Mirene. They are too young to become gladiators, but they are too old to become unsullied. Since they cannot become warriors, they can only be sold to the manor owners of other cities. They are not very useful and the price is not expensive. 40 silver coins. What do you want from my blood? They are centaurs. Danny emphasized. So what if they are centaurs? After losing a battle, they either die or become slaves. Everyone knows that, Ago said casually. In my Khalasar, there are no slaves. Danny waved her whip and shouted. Untie their slave collars. I want to ask them if they are willing to join the Mother of Dragons Khalasar and become her people, to fight for the Mother of Dragons. Your Highness, after you ask, you can untie their collars and shackles? Whitebeard whispered. Ogo's Khalasar was defeated by your husband. There are 20 of them, and only 7 of us. If they scatter, we cannot stop them. What I need is the loyalty of the free Dothraki, not slaves. Danny shook her head. They won't run, she added. The old man sighed helplessly and dismounted. He stood in front of Danny with Beavos. Ago and 3 centaur warriors stepped forward and untied the slaves' collars and chains. Ding ding dong dong. Soon, a pile of chains rose from the ground. The centaur slaves moved their wrists and turned their stiff necks, feeling the long-lost pleasure of being light. Danny asked, Do you know who I am? Some of the centaur youths looked at each other, while others peeked at Danny, but none of them came out to speak. Slaves do not need to speak. I do not need slaves. If anyone remembers that they are centaurs, come out and answer my question, Danny said coldly. Khaleesi. One of the youths hesitated. Immediately, a voice sounded. You are Khaleesi. Khal Drogo's Khaleesi. I've seen you before, Khaleesi. No one called her the Mother of Dragons. They probably didn't know about dragons. Will you join my Khalasar? She asked again. I'm willing. First, someone said that he was willing, followed by a series of rebuttals. Women can't lead the Khalasa. Drogo is dead. You should go to Horse King City and become a Dash Kalen. Hearing their words, Danny laughed happily. Very good. You guys have finally regained some of your centaur's pride. I'll go. Split them up when we get back. Pick 2 people from each bull record and fill in the 2 newcomers. We can make 2 new bull records. Yes. Agu nodded and accepted the order, completely ignoring the opinion of the centaur who had just taken off his slave collar. They didn't agree to pledge allegiance to you, Aston asked in confusion on the way to the next pier. Danny smiled and explained. I don't care if they immediately pledge allegiance to me or not. What I did before was just to provoke them and let them get rid of the slave shackles in their hearts as soon as possible. The centaurs are indeed barbaric. They don't have any sense of nationality and country. They don't have any empathy for their companions becoming slaves. But because of this, they don't have the shackles of nationality and tribe ties. Every moment, there are old Khalasars disbanding and new Khalasars forming on the plains. As long as they find out that my Khalasar is indeed a Khalasar, they will quickly pledge their allegiance to me, until the moment I die. Back then, Drogo didn't take Ogo's people into his Khalasar mainly because his Khalasar scale was close to its limit. 50,000 roaring warriors and more than 100,000 tribesmen were already the largest Khalasar in the Sea of Grass. They couldn't take in more people. They walked past 3 to 4 miles of piers, docks, and warehouses until they reached the end of the horseshoe-shaped port. Ships from the Summer Islands, Westeros, and the 9 free cities were required to dock here. The piers prepared for foreign merchants were not as neat and orderly as before. The prostitutes wore faded gauze dresses and flirted with the sailors with their bare legs crossed. The vendors sold their goods, drinks, and food directly between the ships. There were even more sailors. Sailors from dozens of countries in the east and west wandered around the piers. They carried bottles of wine in their hands, hugged women, or fought with each other. The people beside them cheered loudly. The strange accents merged into a clamor. "Beavis is hungry. Whitebeard, buy me something to eat." When they passed by a barbecue stall, the brawny Beavis called out to Aston. The old man glared at him, but still fulfilled his duty as an attendant and bought him a bag of grilled fish. The white fish was smeared with spices, whale oil, honey, and so on. It was grilled until it was golden. Finally, it was sprinkled with fennel powder and clear grains of pepper and salt. Gulp. Ago swallowed and said, "Calixie, I want to eat too. Go buy it yourself." Danny looked at Cora and Whitebeard. "Do you want it?" "No need," the two of them said at the same time. After they finished speaking, they looked at each other and seemed to understand each other's thoughts. In the end, Cora explained, "It's too chaotic here. There are too many people. It's easy to be distracted while eating. We can't protect you." Danny nodded. She had a similar vigilance herself. She did not eat the food bought on the street, nor did she drink the drinks sold by the merchants. The centaurs were not used to eating fish. Ago used a handful of copper coins to buy a string of roasted rats with honey for every centaur. The fat rats that were half the size of a bamboo rat were roasted until they were crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. The centaur youths ate until their mouths were full of oil. "Calixie, you're here." Captain Grohl was originally standing by the gambling pit to watch the beast fight. Danny and the others' movements were too big. Ago was still shouting, "Make way for the Mother of Dragons." He immediately noticed that the guest he was waiting for had arrived. The old sailor of Pintos came to the side of the little silver horse. Amidst the loud shouts of the sailors and the cries of the animals, he shouted to Danny, "Calixie, 3 ships, 1 large ship and 2 paddling ships. The large ship, Cedulian, is anchored at the end of the pier. The paddling ships, Son of Summer and Joking Yasso, are anchored outside the dam. You and your men will take the spacious large ship. I'll take you there now." Danny nodded and let him lead the horse to the end of the pier. Ho ho! Suddenly, there was a cry of surprise by the gambling pit. Danny turned her head to the side. There was a stone pit that was 7 to 8 meters in diameter and 2 to 3 meters deep. There were 2 animals fighting inside. To be more precise, an animal that looked like a pangolin was torturing a red-haired hound that was half a man's height. The red-haired hound was like a doll that met a naughty child. It was torn to pieces by the pangolin. As the blood splattered, the sailor by the railing exclaimed in satisfaction. There were also people who cursed the dead dog for being useless and causing him to lose his money. "Why is the pangolin so big?" "It's bigger than a lion," Danny said in surprise. "Pangolin?" Blackbeard Grollet shook his head. "That's a snake lizard. It has 8 legs. Didn't you notice? It's much more ferocious than a pangolin. The largest snake lizard is twice the size of a lion. It's the scariest monster in Barren Land." "Barren Land?" Danny raised her eyebrows and asked strangely, "Are there many snake lizards in Barren Land?" "Very many. They appear in groups in the forest. Other than the zebra people in the north, Barren Land is most afraid of these creatures. In the Colosseum, snake lizards are also known as overlords. Many animals are no match for them," Blackbeard said with a sigh. "Barren Land isn't Huaxia after all." Danny muttered softly. "What?" Blackbeard tilted his head. "Calixie, what did you say? How does snake lizard meat taste? Why don't barren people eat it?" she asked. The pangolin that was the size of a kitten was eaten by the people of the Celestial Empire. The snake lizard that was bigger, had more meat, and seemed to be more chewy was a heaven-sent delicacy. It became a disaster in Barren Land. How could they imitate the ancient people of the Celestial Empire and call themselves the Golden Celestial Empire? Whitebeard shook his head and said, "The snake lizard's blood is poisonous. The stone lizard's poison is extracted from the snake lizard's blood. It can make a person's muscles atrophy, numb their nerves, and petrify them. It's said that the faceless people of Bravos use snake lizard's blood to make spices. When the spices are smeared on cooked meat, it can emit an enticing aroma. But no matter man or beast, after eating it, they will go mad." Rats infected by snake lizards' poison even dare to bite lions. That's right. Only the craziest people dare to eat snake lizard meat. Blackbeard nodded in agreement. There's such a miraculous effect. It's not just a delicacy anymore. It's a divine ingredient. No matter how poisonous it is, can it be more poisonous than pufferfish? And with an enticing aroma, it's just asking for death. Dani decided that when the time comes, she must make snake lizard meat into a famous edible dish. Otherwise, she would be letting down the soul of the people of the Celestial Empire. Speaking of poison, Dani said thoughtfully, Zero once gave me a silver necklace inlaid with a magic amethyst. He said it could protect me from poison. Before I could test it, that guy took it back. Do you think that thing can really protect me from poison? Your Highness, the perfect guard system has a test for poison. It's much more useful than those scams, Whitebeard said proudly. It's not all scams. Blackbeard shook his head. You Westeros are all about chivalry. Men usually use swords to solve problems. But in Ursos, schemes and poison are like dust in the air. It's hard to see clearly, but it's everywhere. The number of trade governors and city lords who die from poison wine is probably more than the number of people who die from old age. The magic amethyst enchanted by a powerful magician can detect or immunize the poison in wine and food to a certain extent. Looks like I have to find a chance to get my hands on a magic amethyst. As they talked, they came to the end of the gray stone pier. There was a big ship moored there that made Dani gasp in amazement. It looked like a big fat dumpling. Dani estimated that it was more than 100 meters long and more than 40 meters wide. Excluding the area below the deck, one could see the windows of the fourth floor. What a majestic ship! This is a sea ship. Without oars, it can only sail by the sea breeze. Blackbeard proudly explained the ship's structure and transportation ability to Dani, as if he was introducing his son who passed the exam to Tsinghua University. Let's not talk about your 200 horse riders. Even if there were twice as many, it would still be easy to accommodate them. Let's not talk about this Cedulian of mine. Every rowboat docked at the floodwall has 200 rowers. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.